I should probably make these at 1:10 to be honest. Had to take care of some last minute stuff, and so did not get the chance to be on here. But I hope that you are doing well. I hope you're having a great day today. I want to talk about Cornerstone Program in Windsor, Ontario, in Essex County. But we're going to give that a bit of time. First, we're just going to hang out. We're going to wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. Now, the Cornerstone designation is something that is, I mean, to my understanding, the name of the program is somewhat unique to Ontario, but the actual theory behind it or the goal is not, which is recognizing Masonic Lodges for hard work and dedication. Separate from individuals. I think I spelled that incorrectly. How do you spell achievements? We did none of that, and I would hope we wouldn't as well. Hello, Too Evil to Hope, though. I hope you're doing well. Let me know how your day is going, and if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, other than wrong thoughts like Too Evil to Hope. But you know we haven't done that. You're just being silly. I'm going to try to do a longer stream or more of a mini content marathon today, which means a lot of streams across multiple platforms for the entire day, just to try something a little bit different. Maybe not obviously a full 24-hour stream like I've done in the past, but a longer stream. The reason being I've been traveling a lot, and as a consequence of that, I've been spending less time focused on my content or my streaming schedule. So I do want to see that change a little bit. But for the time being, we're going to wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. And thank you so much for being here. And once again, being called coconut head. For the record, I don't think my head looks like a coconut. But if you think it does, then that's okay. So be it. We're just going to hang out. First 60 minutes, as always, I just hang out, chat about whatever. No specific topics, so anything you guys want to talk about, let me know, and I will do my best to answer them. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. Let's give it a bit of time and see how it goes. I'm doing well. It's always a battle, but it's okay. How are you doing? Once again, I still have your coin. I still got to get it to you. Like I said, at this point, I'm thinking maybe when I get back from Winnipeg, I'll just drop it off at your place in person, if you can't make it to the Masonic Temple at all. Just sending out a quick email. Okay, what are you doing in Ottawa? I love Ottawa, one of my favorite places in the world. Genuinely, one of my favorite cities. Nice. We're camping. There's a lot of beautiful places to go camping in and around Ottawa, including like what is it, Thousand Lakes, something like that. It's a beautiful place. So, do you go camping up in Gatineau? Hello, Kenobi. Thank you for being here. Right on, indeed. Good afternoon, brother Michael Moore. How's it going? Thank you for being here. We got hearts that might be smoky. Michael Moore, do you guys in Michigan, and I used to know the answer to this, but I can't remember it now. Do you guys have anything similar to what we have in Ontario called a Cornerstone designation, which is where your lodge is recognized for fulfilling certain standards set out by Grand Lodge? Basically, it's like a Lodge of the Year award, but it can go to multiple lodges. It just depends on the things that they do. Native Americans, I mean, many Native Americans joined Freemasonry. I've said before, the history of Freemasonry, one of the kind of, in my opinion, major um, like the things that we in Freemasonry should be very proud of. One of them is the fact that during a time when many First Nations, Native Americans, indigenous populations were being discriminated against, um, they unfortunately they're being discriminated against in many locations, not so much in Freemasonry, and many Native Americans were able to join Freemasonry. So I think that's something that we should be proud of. That's Nothing's wrong with that, Harry. The fact that, or Dad, I should say, Harry, getting thanked by local charities is a pretty big deal. So nothing's wrong with that. Nice. Very cool. Hello, Days of Future Past. Hey, my teeth are a lot better than they used to be. I've got a lot of work done on them lately, so some cavities filled, all that jazz. Slowly catching up. I'm always talking about how important it is within Freemasonry to take care of our health. I usually talk about physical health and mental health. Don't forget about your teeth. Dental health is important as well. And Brother Michael Moore, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Um, I think that there's a lot of different ways that we can be. Um, there's a lot of different ways that we within Freemasonry can be recognized and thanked. Grand Lodge recognitions are wonderful. However, getting recognized by local charities, especially charities that help children, is also a really wonderful thing. So we should be proud of that as well. I would agree with that 100%. But I think you can do both as well, right? Both have their place, both have their purpose. Because a Grand Lodge recognition, it encompasses a variety of different things. It looks at your charitable efforts, your community efforts, but also the number of degrees that you've put on, the number of Masons that you've, um, uh, the number of members you have showing up, the number of members you've retained. Like, that's a really, really cool thing and something I think is incredible about it. So, yeah, I'm grateful for both a cornerstone designation and when I am or when my lodges are recognized by charitable work. Please ignore the sound coming from outside. I have the window open a little bit because it's getting warm and my air conditioner is loud. Well, I don't think you should do anything exclusively for recognition because that's kind of a um, self-defeating goal, right? If the entire purpose of your, I don't know what the word is, if the entire purpose of what you're trying to do is simply to get recognition, eventually you're going to find that very not fulfilling because the recognition will never be enough, right? Like that is what you see very often with people when they, people who are, for lack of a better term, highly successful people, like they've got a lot of designations, a lot of awards, they're very often celebrating. It's like, you see that with high performing athletes. Like eventually, you can only get so many trophies, you can only get so many awards, you can only get so much recognition, you can only get so much money. If you're not doing it for some reason other than that, you're not going to be happy. So I think that's worth. I think it's worth keeping in mind. Ultimately, you have to, for lack of a better term, I know how this sounds. You have to love yourself first before you start looking for outside validation. You have to love Freemasonry first before you start looking for outside validation for your lodge. Um, really, it does, but I do think there are some people who, for a variety of reasons, and I don't think the modern era is helping any of this at all. It can be incredibly, for lack of a better term, like when you have social media and when social media is so ubiquitous, it can feel like nothing matters unless it's on social media. So you can do as many good deeds as you want, but if it's not on social media, did it really happen? And if you're not getting a million likes or a million subscribers because it's on social media, did it really happen? I mean, that is something that I think we have to struggle with in life is remembering ultimately it's not about what's on social media. It's not about the people who like what's on social media. What it has to be about ultimately is, are you doing it to try to make the world a better place or to help somebody? And if you can say that, then whether everybody sees it or nobody sees it, it doesn't make a difference. At least I think that's the attitude we should have. But Instagram and Facebook tells you it's about likes and clout and followers and things of that nature, and the audience. Hello, Elias. Many Freemasons are Christians, so would agree with you. Jen, you are evangelic. You think about the Pope. I'm not a Christian. I think that's what evangelic means. I'm not Catholic either, but I would say I've been impressed with a lot of things that the Pope is saying. My hope is eventually the Pope may reconsider the Catholic view on Freemasonry. One of the things you need to remember is this current Pope was born in 1959, I think, in Chicago, or 1956 in Chicago, or just north of Chicago, which means he was born at a time and a place when Freemasonry was incredibly ubiquitous. And because of that, I'm wondering if he might have a more positive view of it, at least personally, than others who were in the position of the past or in the church in the past. I have been a Freemason for 20 years. The purpose of this channel is to talk about the ways that Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. I've been impressed with a lot of things the Pope is saying. I don't agree with everything the Pope is saying, obviously, but I think a lot of things what he was saying, I do agree with, so. I've been a Mason for just about 20 years. The purpose of this channel is to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located, and to share stories of Masonic interest and turn my passion for Freemasonry into profession through content creation. I do. Hello, Professor Mess. You know what's not messy? Hitting like and subscribe. I know a ton of Freemasons from other countries. One of the things I've been incredibly lucky to be able to do, and I'm truly grateful, is to be able to travel around the world. I've visited with Masons in South Africa, Colombia, Brazil, the Philippines, all across America, and a variety of provinces in Canada. Well, Freemasonry exists around the world, but you need to keep in mind, Jen Izar, I'm going to call you Jen. Freemasonry is decentralized. What that means is there is no single governing body that controls Freemasonry. Freemasonry is jurisdictional. There is a Grand Lodge jurisdiction in Ontario that sets the rules for Masonry in Ontario. There's one in Texas that sets the rules in Texas. There's one in Israel. There's one in France. There's one in England. There's one in Russia. There's one in New York. There's different jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction sets its own rules. But the way that we interact with each other is through what's called regularity and recognition. But the short answer is yes, there is Freemasonry all around the world, something for which I'm truly grateful. So I promise you I won't do anything suspicious, and I promise you if they are legitimate Masons, they're not doing anything suspicious. Having said that, people can call themselves a Mason and do whatever they want. That's why scams are so scary and dangerous for Freemasonry. England as well? Yes, absolutely. Um, and visiting lodges in both England and Scotland was very cool. I've definitely forgotten a lot, but I'd like to think I know a lot as well. So thank you for that, Brother Michael Moore. The cold breeze? I mean, let's not be knocking anybody's religious beliefs, including Christians and God and Jesus. The cold breeze. People have their own views. We in Freemasonry welcome men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs. No, you don't have to beg. That's not how it works. I would not be interested in joining an organization that required me to beg to join. I don't think that would be cool at all. I would be very annoyed by that if I had to beg in order to join Freemasonry. You don't need a family member either. I know many Masons who joined and they are the first ones in their families to be Freemasons. So, oog, that is not true as well. And yes, Freemasons do a lot for communities. Sometimes they'll do so in a planned or conscious way, like they'll donate to charity. But sometimes they'll do so in ways that they don't even realize they're helping the community, like giving a brother benevolence to keep him in his house so he doesn't get evicted helps the whole community because it's one less homeless person on the street, right? Um, I'm on a recognize a face, forget the name, but I've always been on that. I'm good with faces, horrible with names. Yes, it is in Waco in Texas. Well, you can believe that, Duck de Truff. I'm going to call you Duck. I'm going to call you Truff. You can believe that, but you're incorrect. I mean, and it's one of those things where your belief is your belief, right? So people get to believe whatever they want. There's nothing suspicious about Freemasonry as an organization. It's just a club or a group. Individual Freemasons, look, there's going to be good and bad ones, but there's good and bad plumbers. Doesn't mean plumbing is suspicious, right? Uh, I don't know. I mean, it could have been that your grandfather was just incorrect or told people that for some reason. Or it could be that some type of information got misunderstood. But no, you don't need a family member to be a Freemason. I've known many people who are first generation Freemasons and others, like myself, who have Freemasonry going back 3 or 4 generations, maybe even 5. We don't know for sure, but at least to the grandparents, and I believe great grandparents as well. I don't know. How do I know you don't control the world? I would say in that case, Jen, it's got to be common sense thing. The world is so big and there's so many conflicting interests and conflicting ideas. How could we possibly control the world? How could any group control the world? Beyond that, the better answer is there's no legitimate evidence that Freemasons control the world. Hello, Nate Calm. Thank you for being here. I mean, it definitely helps, I think, if you know someone who's a Freemason to get you into Freemasonry. Not to get you into Freemasonry, excuse me, but to make you maybe more comfortable, or you can go to them with questions, right? But the whole point of the application process is it's not like you show up on Monday and then Tuesday you join Freemasonry. Um, the application process takes time, it's effort. You have to be willing to put your time and effort into Freemasonry or into the application process. You get to know the guys, they get to know you. You go out for coffee, you go out for drinks, you go to dinners. Chicago is doing a really great job. Thinking specifically of Hesperia Lodge. Chicago is doing a really great job in encouraging applicants to come out for dinners and special events and get to know the guys well before they join or well before they're even given an application. So the beautiful thing about that and the theory behind that is by the time you join, even if you did not know anybody who was a Freemason before, by the time you have an application in your hand, you've spent enough time getting coffee, getting drinks, getting dinners, speaking with the guys, emailing with the guys, that you feel like you know Masons and you're comfortable asking them questions. And that's something that I think was missing for a long time in the Masonic application process. I did use a Bible for my volume of Sacred Law. I don't know what type it was. I just used the one that the lodge already had. I think King James Version, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, order under chaos, order out of chaos. That's one of those things that a lot of people like to ascribe to Freemasonry, but it's not an exclusively Masonic idea, right? That's a very, very old, very common idea. A lot of it comes from Scottish Rite, but the basic premise is simply the world and the universe appears chaotic, but if you actually pay attention and observe rationally, you can see a great deal of order from it and within the world. Thank you, Jen. I do my best. If you want to support this channel, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. Consider super chats, consider memberships, Patreon, all that good jazz. Karsten, I don't know what the numbers are, but I think any country that chooses to criminalize being gay should not be doing that. It would strike me as a theocratic attitude, and also just prejudice towards gay people. So I can say Freemasonry, we have gay members and straight members, and both are welcome. No, you should not join Freemasonry to get any money. And if anybody tells you that joining Freemasonry will make you rich or famous, you are going to be very disappointed. That's not what Freemasonry is all about. It's not going to make you rich. It's not going to make you famous. It is the third day of Pride Month. That's right. Happy third day of Pride Month indeed. I hope you guys are all doing very well. I hope you're enjoying. It's a lot of different days. It's crazy. It's Pride Month. It's National Indigenous History Month. It's National Accessibility Week. So there's a lot of cool things happening this month. And we as Freemasons should pay attention to all of them. Freemasonry, yes, Freemasonry will actually cost money. That is very true. Now, it's not going to cost a ton of money. It just depends on, well, it depends on a few different things, but it depends primarily on the lodge that you're joining, where it's located. If you're joining a lodge in New York City, it's probably going to be expensive because New York City is very expensive. Same thing with like Los Angeles. And the lodge is going to have more expenses related to its property and where it meets and ordering food and property taxes or rent or whatever it might be. If you're joining a lodge in small town United States, like Texas, small town Texas, might be a lot cheaper. I've heard of some lodges as little as $25 per year, and other lodges as much as $500 per year, and even higher. I think I heard one that was $600 per year. So it just depends on where you're joining. And generally speaking, if you're living in a more expensive area or you're joining a lodge in a more expensive area, expect your dues to be higher. Um, oh, great Southern with the jokes. FedF, if it's called free, why does it cost money? So the free doesn't refer to um, no cost. What the free refers to, it actually refers to two different possibilities or two different things. The first, Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry. Stonemasonry, um, back in the day, certain stonemasons used this special type of stone. It was a type of limestone that was basically so loose you could pull it directly from the quarries without having to chip it out. It was called freestone. And Freemasons were a special type of mason that were so skilled they could work with that stone without damaging it because it was very easy to chip and damage. And so Freestone, Freemasonry, we adopted it for the social group. The other place that free comes from is the idea of freedom of movement, the ability to travel from place to place and do your work. We adopted that in in Freemasonry to mean the ability to travel from lodge to lodge and enjoy fellowship, right? There's a reason why craftsmen of all sorts are known as journeymen, right? Because they would journey for work. They would journey to different job sites, whether it be stonemasons or carpenters or anything in between. We are living in a good time now compared to the Great Depression, that's for sure. Unfortunately, I think for most human beings, they have a hard time thinking in those terms. They usually simply think about what was their life like 20 years ago and what is it like today. And a lot of people feel like their life is worse today than it was 20 years ago. And because of that, you're seeing it really impact Freemasonry. Um, because it becomes dispiriting for people. And when you're dispirited, you don't want to join groups like Freemasonry. If people could actually judge their lives compared to what it was like in the 1930s, they'd probably be a lot more grateful and have a lot less dispirit in their soul, if you will. Um, so the original builders had to leave. I mean, I don't believe in I don't believe in giants of any sort. I believe in really tall people. I don't believe in a separate race of like Nephilim, but you're not, I mean, we can. So Chris, I got to disagree with you on that one a little bit. Look, there's no question the pyramids are amazing. The cathedrals of the ancient times and the Middle Ages are amazing. All of that stuff, without question, is absolutely amazing. However, like if you took somebody from 2026 and gave them a time machine and took them back in time and showed them the pyramids being built or cathedrals being built, they would find it impressive, but they wouldn't find it shocking or they wouldn't run screaming. However, if you took somebody from ancient Egypt and brought them into 2026, as soon as they saw a television set, they would run screaming to the hills because they think it was magic and witchcraft. As soon as they saw an MRI machine, as soon as they saw a telephone, as soon as they saw my ability to communicate with somebody around the world in milliseconds, they would find this magic and witchcraft. This idea that we are no longer capable of doing great things, it's just the type of things we do are different, right? Nowadays, the biggest difference is talent and ability is no longer judged based on how big you can make something, but how small you can make something, right? The key characteristic of good technology is making it compact. The more components you can fit on a microchip, the more talented you are. Whereas historically, it was the opposite. It was the size of a project is what dedicated and indicated its greatness. The bigger the project, the more impressive the work. Now, building a pyramid is impressive. Building a microchip that can send information across the world in a millisecond and making that microchip no bigger than my fingernail, it's pretty impressive. Um, yeah, I mean, people work together to create, and that's the other issue we have now is that you have a lot less people working together to create amazing things. Now, so often we create amazing things on our own, which I think is also harmful to society, right? Everything feels virtual. Everything is done through Zoom. It's rare. Like, I mean, the Apple computer. I'm a big Steve Jobs fan, although I had some issues with him. A big, Steve Jobs fan. You look at the Apple, the Macintosh creation, it was a team effort. Those guys were basically living together in a office space, working 20-hour days every day to create this Macintosh computer. Um, Nowadays, they'd probably all be on Zoom, right? It's just a different attitude. It's a different way of doing things. And I think we're still creating some pretty incredible things that the ancients could not even imagine, but we're creating them in different ways and in ways that may not be as helpful for our communities as we'd like. I think we could have done it. You're the pharaoh and you're considered a god, which means you can force people to work 20-hour days for decades. You have no constraints on how much a thing costs. You have no um, you have no constraints on how much time or how many people you can get. You're going to be able to build a pyramid. Just get some ropes, get some ropes, get some people and do the work. Also, don't forget, ancient Egypt did have the Nile and did have the ability to transport stones on water, right? On boats. So that did help a lot. It's not like they had to start completely with no benefits. Um, oh, the mapping underground. From what I've seen, that's baloney. Now, I don't want to say for sure because I haven't researched everything about it, but based on what I've seen, like I know the guy was on the Joe Rogan podcast, I think. He didn't seem that legitimate to me. Um, we do not have advanced technology science. Um, there you go. Dad spent 4 years perfecting his trade. Unfortunately, I do think I got a lot of my own unique skills and abilities. But for whatever reason, one skill and ability I don't have is the ability to build or make anything. For some reason, my dad had that skill, probably got it from his dad. It did not get passed down to me. I know how to talk. I think I'm really good at communication. I think I'm a pretty decent writer. I think have a really good memory. One skill I don't have, I never had, was the ability to build things or make things or create things. I broke so many tools in shops class in high school. Nothing I built was ever up to code or up to snuff. I think it's because I'm just not conscientious enough. I think that's just a skill I never got. I'm always like, one of my favorite quotes is good enough for government work, meaning just get it done, get it close, it'll sort itself out, which is not the right approach to have as a machinist. So I got a lot of things from my dad, which I'm grateful for, but for whatever reason, skill and ability in building things or making things or being a machinist, that did not get passed down to me. But I think there's kind of a Masonic element to this, right? Which is whatever skills and abilities you have, you bring those into the craft with you, and you need to use those to better the craft, right? I would never offer to try to fix a broken pipe in my Masonic building because I have no idea how to do that, and I'd probably make the pipe a lot worse. I will volunteer, though, to create a record of Cornerstone documents and send them to Grand Lodge because I am really good at gathering information and then communicating that information effectively. At least I think so. So there you go. I wish aliens were I mean, I've asked the question before. If an alien were to show up in your lodge and ask to join Freemasonry, would you say yes or no? I'm curious what people think. For me, I would say yes, just because I don't want to piss the alien off and end up getting a laser beam to my head. I think that would suck. Yeah, but you're a machinist, so you got that skill. I mean, within the element of of manual labor or trades, there's skills as well. I mean, some people are good carpenters, some people are good machinists, some people are good, I don't know, mechanics, some people are good electricians, plumbers, all of which is valuable, all of which is necessary. You need those things for society to function. You can have all the artists you want. If nobody knows how to build a house or unclog a toilet, you're going to be pretty screwed pretty quickly. So, you got the machinist skill. Other people got the carpenter skill. I did not get any of those skills. I got the writing well, speaking well, communicating well skills. Yeah, I would agree. It's Brother Michael Moore. I don't think Freemasonry descended from the Templars. I just go with the standard view of it, which is in 1737, a French Mason gave an oration in which he claimed a connection between Freemasons and the Crusaders, not because it was legitimately true, but because it was a way for Freemasons to adopt Templar symbolism, because that Mason, named is Andrew Raymond, just really liked the idea of the Knights Templars. That's awesome. Many people like this idea that Freemasonry, hello Jarsol, many people, that's a good skill. Insight is a very good skill to have, or very good gift to have. This idea that Freemasonry was always private or always hidden, right? It's just not true. Throughout much of history, in the 20s and the 50s especially, it was very common to see Freemasonry and Freemasons mentioned in the newspaper, on the radio. You would see congratulations, to whomever it is, to so and so, on on the radio, on the newspaper. Congratulations, being worship master of the lodge. So this argument and this idea that somehow Freemasonry was always this private thing, that's a relatively modern invention. A lot of it came from after World War II and the way Germans treated Freemasons, as well as conspiracy theories in the 50s, 60s, and 70s that started to cause Masons to become way more hesitant and afraid of discussion, of being honest about or talking about Freemasonry, which is unfortunate. I think, I think as a general rule, when people start to say nonsense about Freemasonry, we are far better off and it's far better for us to be honest and upfront and direct about what Freemasonry actually is, not what not to hide or not to respond. Because the quieter we are, the louder the people who have negative things to say about Freemasonry are. So, an answer's mom was a Mason and the founder of the oldest weekly publication in England in the world, Francis Joy, Belfast. I will look up the Belfast newsletter. That's really cool, Brother Michael Moore. I would say being a school teacher is very hard. I mean, everything is needed, right? I think that is something that it's important to remember. We need everything. We need plumbers and electricians and tradesmen and carpenters and artists and singers and sports stars and lawyers and doctors and in this day and age, internet personalities. I know it sounds funny to say, but we do. They provide a valuable tool if they're doing their job correctly. What matters is, are you doing the work correctly or incorrectly? And if you're doing it correctly and to the best of your ability, then whatever you're doing, just keep working at it and just keep trying your best. Hello, your local Spurs fan. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Any thoughts on Freemasonry that you guys have, let me know. Jump in the chat. All right. My day is going well. How's your day going? I'll check it out. I mean, I'm pro British monarchy. I think having the monarchy in Canada is a good thing. Obviously, every country has its own history and has to decide that for himself. But I used to always say when I was worshipful master the first time around, God bless the king and the craft, or at the time it was queen and the craft. Still a believer in that. Obviously, though, America, different history. Darn rebellious folks. But I can't say too much, right? Because George Washington himself was a Freemason, so. Do I play video games? I play some video games, not always, but I do enjoy Assassin's Creed Part 3, and I do enjoy Assassin's Creed Part 3. I do also really enjoy the Dead Space series. They're some of my favorites. Was Robert Anton Wilson a Mason? I don't know who Robert Anton Wilson is, so maybe. Once again, Locker, I appreciate that, but I'm not a Grand Wizard. That's a different organization. You keep calling me that, but it's Master. If you want to call me anything, just call me Cameron. Even Master sounds weird, unless I'm in Lodge, in which case it's Worshipful Master. If I ever got to higher degree, it'd be like Right Worshipful District Deputy Master or Very Worshipful Brother. But I would just say, call me Cameron. If we're in Lodge together and I'm sitting in the East, you can call me Worshipful Master. Otherwise, Cameron. There is no Grand Wizard in Freemasonry, nor should there be. No wizards here, absolutely. So, Professor, who is Robert Anton Wilson? Never heard of, at least I don't think I've heard of the name. I'm concerned Freemasons have put all the Masons at charge out of. No, I mean, I don't know what that means. Freemasons aren't putting anybody out of business. In fact, Freemasons have been incredibly good supporters of business and businesses. Every time that we have a dinner or a celebration, we're using very often local restaurants, local companies to cater. One of the things I was most proud of in my work over the last couple of years is creating more relationships between Freemasons and local businesses. Freemasonry is actually a very strong economic force in our communities, more so than people realize. We're economically relevant. One of the it would be Brother Michael Moore. One of the like oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought there. Economic benefits. One thing that I think we as Freemasons need to be more willing to talk about more regularly is how beneficial we are to local economies. That's what I wanted to say. One of the story, I've told this a few times. I very often visit a lodge in Dearborn, Michigan. It's a lodge that I really enjoy. Um, it's a really cool place. And I was talking to the worshipful master, and one thing he said that I really liked is after every meeting, they try to go out to a different restaurant. They'll be wearing their suits and their ties, or maybe something branded with the their lodge logo. And they'll always make sure to go out and mention to the servers and the people around that they're Freemasons, not because they're trying to recruit, but because they want the local business to know and this, that they support the local economy, that they support the local business. That restaurant doesn't care if they're Masons or whatever else. It cares that they're customers and that they support the community. And that ultimately helps the entire community, right? Because what you see in that scenario is maybe the owner of the restaurant doesn't want to join Freemasonry, but maybe his son does, and his son mentions it to his dad. His dad has a more positive view of the craft because we're good customers, and it goes from there. I mean, I don't disagree, Brother Michael Moore. I think, you know, I have no issue with people joining Freemasonry simply for the title. My issue goes back to if we allow that at the Grand Lodge level, right, which does happen, if we say, um, you can join, and once you join, you never have to attend a meeting, then don't punish the whole lodge by requiring these stupid quorums and all the rest of it. It's bullshit, right? Like, if you do think it's important that people show up and attend regularly, then allow lodges to suspend for non attendance. Or just treat Freemasonry like a happy, fun time where whoever shows up, shows up. Let the master, treasurer, and secretary do the administrative work. And just treat Freemasonry like a fun thing and not something that people feel obligated to attend. It's kind of one or the other, but it can't be this weird in between thing it is right now, which doesn't help anything. I'm socially liberal, financially conservative. I mean, and every Mason will have different answers. That's one of the cool things about Freemasonry, right? Every Freemason has a different way of viewing the world and a different way of viewing politics and a different way of viewing Freemasonry. What you want to try to find somehow is a successful middle ground. That's something that Freemasonry does teach you, is how to balance disparate views and disparate ideas and all the rest of it, which is not always easy to do, especially as the worshipful master, because you might have 10 brethren, all 10 of them have different ideas on how they want to see the lodge proceed. So how do you, how do you find a way to make it work? And I'm definitely not suggesting I have the right answer to it, by the way, but And many U.S. liberal is different from a Canadian British, so that's true as well. It is different for everyone, but you should still make sure to travel. And that's one of the reasons why traveling is so important, is because your your journey is so unique, right? Because you could argue, why not just listen to the travels of other people and that's how I'll travel? And it's like, that's not how it works, right? I don't care how many, it's interesting to hear about how other people travel and to hear what they think about traveling. But ultimately, no matter how many presentations you see, your experience in traveling is going to be different than everybody else's, which is why it's so important that you try to travel as much as you can. Um, Research is a great reason to join, Chris. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Freemasonry opens up opportunities for research, as long as you're researching with an open and honest mind. If you think Freemasonry is a bad thing and you're going in because you want to research and prove your presuppositions, you're not going to find anything and you're going to end up being disappointed. And you're going to end up spending a lot of money to be, well, anywhere from $25 to who knows how much, $500 to be proven incorrect. How do we devote to one's faith? Well, tolerance of others is a very good skill. Research, budgeting, learning how to learn, public speaking, organizing events. If you want to be active in Freemasonry, your organizational skills are going to be put to the test without question. What step of the world destruction plan are Freemasons on? No step. We're not trying to destroy the world, we're trying to make it better, as you know. Well, Chris, Michael Moore's a really good dude, a really cool dude, so he is a wealth of knowledge. Detroit is an incredible spot. You can look it up online, Detroit Lodge of Research, I think it's called. It's a great place to check out. Hello, Professor Memes. We got a Star of David, I think, on there. There are Jewish Freemasons, Hindu Freemasons, Sikh Freemasons, and everything in between, right? And that's one of the greatest things about Freemasonry is it teaches religious tolerance. This goes all the way back to the Anderson constitutions, at a time when I would say in the world, unfortunately, tolerance, religious tolerance or otherwise, is, in my opinion, lacking in a lot of ways, which is really unfortunate. But we're working on it. Not just religious tolerance, but tolerance of all different types. I don't know the process of conversion, Brother Michael Moore. But there's a lot of different types of religions to which one can convert. If you do end up converting to Judaism, I know you said you're considering it for now, but if you do end up converting, then all the best to you in your journey. I'm assuming it's probably a bit of a process. At least I would hope it was. I think when you choose to convert to any religion, whether it be Jewish, Muslim, Catholic, Christian, I would hope that there's a process involved, a bit of learning, a bit of education. I don't think it should be the type of thing, like Freemasonry. It shouldn't be the type of thing where you walk into the synagogue on Monday and then Tuesday you're Jewish, right? I think you should have to put a bit of time and effort into it. Religions can be problematic, Chris. It's not so much the religions that are problematic, it's the way people interact with them or act with them. I think that's the biggest challenge. Oh, I love Detroit. I think Detroit is incredible. I know it's got its problems, obviously, but I will be a Detroit defender. I've lived in Windsor for 20 years. So as a consequence of that, obviously I'm spending a lot of time in Detroit. And yeah, I will defend Detroit as long as I can, because it is really a beautiful place. I wrote about it on Medium. So I'm not bald, I got hair. Yes, and I've said a million times, Two of my favorite places in the world are Chicago and Detroit. I mean, it's, first and foremost, it's Chicago. I think Chicago is the greatest city in the world. I've said it a million times. Running in like a close, second is Windsor, but I would say part of what makes Windsor so great is Detroit, and then Ottawa, and then Winnipeg / Transcona. And unfortunately, no matter how hard we try, human beings are always going to be problematic. And so, unfortunately, what that means is religions very often take the hit. All right, well, fair enough. Then I wish, it's kind of, I think for you, it sounded like it was based on your relationship, right? So, from this perspective, from this channel, from Freemasonry, obviously the relevant thing is whether you are Christian or Jewish or anything in between, you are a Freemason. And that's what matters, right? You don't need to be a Christian or Jewish or Muslim. You can be any or all or neither. You can be like me, belief in a supreme being without necessarily belief in a faith. All of those things can help make you you can be a Freemason. It's about belief in a supreme being, not belief in a particular religion or religious belief. I don't know if it's 99%, brother, dad, but it is. I mean, there's no question. I think for most people, they are whatever religion it is that they were born into. I think that's very common. I don't know the numbers. I mean, a lot of people too, it's like in my case, right? Technically, if I had to say my religious beliefs or my religion on like a government form, I'd probably say Anglican because that's what I was born into, even though I attend church every now and then, primarily if I'm being invited because there's an event, but I don't really practice. So you have to kind of take that for whatever it's worth. You can be Norse religion. I'm sure you could. I don't know what the Norse religion is called, but I will bet you in, Northern Europe, in Sweden or whatever it is, I bet you there's some Norse religious Freemasons. We live in the world, whether it's created or eternal, I'm not so sure. Yeah, and I do want to, for me personally, I do want to try to learn more about different faiths and religions just because I could be sitting in lodge next to men of all different faiths and backgrounds and beliefs, and for obvious reasons, um, I want to be able to, I want to be at least knowledgeable and respectful of their religious beliefs. This is also why I'm always encouraging our junior wardens to try and pay at least somewhat attention to whatever's happening in the world, like, sorry, to pay attention to the membership and their dietary restrictions of various religions, right? If you're going to, for example, be bringing in a dish that has pork, maybe make sure you bring in a dish that doesn't have pork as well, at least a smaller amount of it, on the off chance, or in case there are, let's say, Jewish or um, Jewish or Muslim, have options because you want to be respectful of people's religious dietary needs as well as their dietary restrictions in general. Are they vegetarian? Are they vegan? Or for that matter, do they have any allergies? And when you're talking about allergies, at that point, it could very well be someone's life if you're not careful. So we have an Old Norse faith. Okay, there you go. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, I don't know what is the Norse faith called. I'm not even sure what the name of it would be. But there you go. It would not shock me. I was born into Anglican too. I thought you couldn't because they believe. No, you can. You need to believe in. I mean, I always say you need to believe in a supreme being, but if you believe in multiple supreme beings, like that would still count because you believe in a supreme being. You just believe in multiple ones. I mean, a good example of that is like I've known a couple Wiccan Freemasons, Wiccan. To my knowledge, they are polytheistic. Goodbye, Dad. I love you. Thank you for being here as always. I hope you're having an excellent day. Looking forward to seeing you in what, 2 days, 3 days? I forget what it is, something like that. Um, I hope that everybody watching this is doing well. I'm going to give it another 5, 10 minutes. Then I'm going to start talking about beautiful or the Cornerstone Program in Ontario. Many jurisdictions probably have something similar to this. It might not be called the Cornerstone Program, but it's a designation that Grand Lodges can give to lodges um, to recognize their work and their efforts. So I am going to be talking about that. Norse pagan is a term. Okay. I mean, it's about just belief in something greater than oneself. That's what matters, right? That's what the most important thing is. Let me just see. I got to get the workbook out and get it ready. I've got it on my computer here. I'm going to try to do a bit of a longer session today. I'm not saying I'm going to do a 24-hour session, but I am going to try to go maybe like more of a content marathon where I'm having multiple streams throughout the day across multiple platforms and multiple channels. So, I mean, Chris, I'm sure some people believe Jesus is a metaphor. I tend to believe Jesus was a real human. It's the um, it's the supernatural elements that I get hung up on. But the idea that there was a teacher back in the day called Jesus, I mean, you can't know for sure, but I'm fairly certain he existed. And I think he had a lot of very valuable insights. And I think the Christian philosophy is one which, if properly implemented, can definitely help create a better world. But I also think that's true of the Muslim philosophy and the Jewish philosophy and Wiccan philosophy I've seen, probably even Norse pagan, though I know very little about it. The gentleman I met who was of that faith was very nice and very kind, so certainly it's working for him. I mean, I think people can, without a doubt, though, take the idea of a religious figure like Jesus and apply it to, in a metaphorical sense. I think that's obvious. We're just going to keep hanging out, though. We're going to wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. We got 34 votes. Interestingly enough, more yeses than I thought. 68% no, but 32% are saying that their Masonic Lodge or body has been recognized for achievements within Freemasonry. Now, the Cornerstone, the recognition is coming particularly from the Grand Lodge. However, that doesn't mean that other types of recognitions are not just as valuable and just as important. I think what Cornerstone does in Ontario and why it's so valuable is because it is a designation that encompasses a lot of different things, right? So, for example, you may be recognized by a local charity for charitable donations to a project or community event. That is very good, and that is something you should be very proud of. But obviously, that is also um, a specific for a specific thing, charitable donations. Cornerstone, it encompasses the degrees you're holding, the education you're doing, your lodge attendance, your membership attendance, and all the rest of it. Honoring Masons, whatever it might be. And so that's a really cool thing. And I think, are you supporting youth groups? And I do think that's something that does make Cornerstone a valuable tool when you're looking at growing a Masonic Lodge or celebrating a Masonic Lodge. Um, well, things can be real and metaphorical, right? In the sense that something can exist and then be used as a metaphor. So, yeah, a Masonic, a what was I trying to say? Like if I say I'm going to the lodge, I'm speaking both literally, I'm going to a Masonic meeting of the Masonic Lodge. So it's literal, but I'm also speaking metaphorically in that, the lodge is both a place in my mind that I try to go to when I'm going to the lodge to help me prepare for the lodge and be centered and prepare for the world and get into Masonic frame of mind, but it's also literally where I'm going. I guess really not lodge, the building, the temple, the Masonic temple. Sure, Chris, not a bad way to view it. Yeah, you can consider Jacob's ladder or your spine to be a metaphor for Jacob's ladder or vice versa. Certainly your spine ascends to your brain. And if you want to think about it literally or metaphorically, your entire self, your entire person, what you are, what you believe, what you think, what you perceive, it's all located in your mind at the top of your head. So what does that mean, right? I think metaphorically, it means ascending to a higher realm. By the way, people know I love scary movies, so on a complete side note, unrelated to Freemasonry, Psycho 2 was released 43 years ago today. The good horror sequel, underappreciated, I think. So underrated, maybe. Um, I'm one of those people. I love scary movies, but I'm not a huge fan, to be honest, of the original Psycho. I think I'm just was born too late to really enjoy it. If it's just if Psycho was the first scary movie that you saw, it's obvious why that would be terrifying to you. But for me, as someone who, by the time I saw Psycho, I'd already seen all the Nightmare on Elm Streets, all the Halloweens, all the Fridays, all the Hellraisers, at least that were out at that time. Um, it's a little bit of a different thing, you're not gonna have the same effect on you, but I do think Psycho 2 is really, really good. So we ascend within ourselves and we ascend hopefully to the kingdom, whatever that might be. If you are, if you're a Christian, then the kingdom will be heaven. Everything is metaphors. Everything can be a metaphor, right? Everything can be a metaphor. You just have to be willing to look. But that's a matter of communication and how you write. Sounds like Gnostics. Hello, Kyle. I mean, Freemasonry did borrow from Gnosticism, obviously, the idea of knowledge, but it's parallels. It's not a Gnostic institution, right? They're different things. Ultimately, Freemasonry is a social club more so than anything else, right? That's what it is at its core. It's a civic group, a community group. We're going to give it a bit more time, but I'm going to start talking about the Cornerstone Program soon. I mean, it's not a networking organization, but networking is obviously a side benefit of Freemasonry because, I mean, that's just human nature, right? Like, the more people you know, the more networking opportunities you have. Um, but you can get those same networking benefits from a variety of different things, not exclusively Freemasonry. You can get that from joining a football team. You can get that from being part of a club. You can get that from a knitting club. I'm a member right now of a horror movie club out of the Windsor Public Library. I'm getting to meet people there I would not meet otherwise. So, Freemasonry ultimately, it's about fulfilling the human desire to be with other people, which is, beyond that, any benefits you get outside of that are second order benefits. Social networking is, social media is networking for sure. Of course, there are drawbacks to the types of networking that you do. Um, I don't know if social media is always the best form of networking. It's the most probably productive in the sense of, or not productive, but it's the most cost effective. And you can network on social media for almost for free. Just get a library card and use the library's computers, right? It's also, you can reach the most amount of people at the furthest distances for free. It doesn't take a lot of time or energy to send out a whole bunch of emails or social media posts, but it tends to be the type of thing where the networking is, a mile wide and an inch deep. You know a lot of people, but your connection with them is not particularly strong. I am not a psyop for the Masons. I'm a psyop for nothing. I am simply here because I love Freemasonry. I love talking about it, and I'm trying to turn my passion for Freemasonry into profession. Um, if you want to help me out with that, hit like, hit subscribe, share this content with other people. All of that would be much, much appreciated. And I don't think Freemasons need a psyop to sanitize their image. I don't think Freemasons should worry about sanitizing their image. I think we in Freemasonry should just try to be good people, try to help the people around us, and let our actions and our abilities and our lodges speak for themselves. I mean, I have no idea. That's a question for a religious expert. So I would say find a local church and ask them because they will have far better luck when it comes to, or far more knowledge when it comes to, like which Old Testament to read because I don't even know the different types. I mean, the one I know of is the King James Version of the Bible. Um, but there are probably others I'm unaware of. In terms of types of, again, in terms of types of versions of Bibles, whatever it is, no idea. Sorry that I cannot be of more help. I used to know some pastors. I could ask them. Well, I mean, they're different things. They occupy different spaces, obviously, within the Masonic Lodge. Like we, within Freemasonry, welcome men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs. So I know many Catholic Freemasons. Now, the Catholic Church officially, to my understanding, as of right now, I don't think anything's changed. The Catholic Church official stance is if you are a Freemason, you're not allowed to take communion at a Catholic church. I know, like I said, I know many Catholic Freemasons, so how much that's enforced, I can't say. We in Freemasonry, we don't care if you're Catholic, we don't care if you're Protestant or Christian or Anglican, we don't care if you're of any other faith. You believe in a supreme being, you're welcome to join. Um, you're right, it's not our place to judge religious beliefs. We also don't have a relationship with religions per se, beyond welcoming men of different faiths and backgrounds. But we occupy different spaces, right? Freemasonry occupies a civic space. The Catholic Church occupies a religious space. And that's true, Jimmy Too Far. We do not discuss religion or politics in lodge. Obviously, outside of the lodge, even during refreshments, those things can come up. That's one of the reasons why I try to be at least somewhat knowledgeable of different faiths and the beliefs therein, because I could be sitting next to someone who's Christian, who's Muslim, who's Jewish, whatever it might be. I want to at least have some knowledge of their religion. So if it is discussed, let's say during refreshment, let's say when we're just out for coffee outside of lodge, I'm able to respond, to their beliefs, or be, I'm able to have a respectful and knowledgeable conversation with them, at least at the most basic level. Hello, Loki. Welcome. Thank you for being here. My last wheelchair was named Loki. Freemasons is not for Jewish people exclusively. Freemasonry is for Jewish people and Muslim people and Hindu people and Sikh and anything else. Freemasonry welcomes men of all different faiths and ethnicities. Kyle, I don't think Freemasonry is primarily an Anglo organization. Historically, it was, because it started in England and Scotland in the 16th and 17th centuries. But at this point, it primarily reflects the makeup of wherever the lodge is located. If you're in Morocco, your lodge is going to be probably primarily Muslim. Hello from Kurdistan. Thank you for being here. I don't know if I've ever had anybody from Kurdistan before. Please hit like and subscribe. Hello, Law River at the True One. I'm just going to call you Law River. How's it going? Thank you for being here. I've got eye floaters. I don't know what to do about those. All right, I'm going to call you Law. Thank you for being here. Should I join the lodge? I'm looking for guidance. That's an interesting question, my buddies. Move. I don't know. I guess I need to know a little bit more what you mean. A plan for what? A plan for your life? A plan about what you want to do in Freemasonry? I mean, Freemasonry can absolutely help provide you with guidance in how to live a life that you can be proud of. So can a lot of other things, not just Freemasonry. As a general rule, look, I think whatever you do in life, you should do with some type of desire for guidance and knowledge. So what I mean by that is, if you're joining a football team, you can derive a great deal of guidance and instruction from the football team. Like the lessons of teamwork and dedication and practice can guide you in your life and help you fulfill whatever plans you have outside of football. Freemasonry is the same way. Right? Freemasonry can give you some guidance, either Masons mentoring you, or it can give you just guidance from what Freemasonry kind of instills through practice that you can apply in your day-to-day life, would be my advice on that. True knowledge comes from a variety of sources. I would say the core of true knowledge comes from humility, being able to admit that you don't know it all. You're welcome, Mr. Buddy. And to everybody watching this, if you're just joining, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. And I hope that you guys are having an excellent day. We've got 4,068 subs. I'm hoping to get over 5,000 at some point this year. That is the goal. So we'll see how we do. I'm not a huge fan of poutine. I'm a bad Canadian. What can I say? I'm not personally a huge fan of poutine. Talk to a doctor. That sounds terrible. I don't think I've ever done that before, but I'm sure it's a very painful experience. I mean, whatever it is, if people are from there and they love it, then we should be respectful of it. I've always said we as Freemasons should care about and love where we're from, and I truly do believe that. But I also think that we should expect the same from others. I always say I'm a Canadian first, and I'm a Mason second, but I would expect my American brethren to say they're Americans first and Freemasons second. Thank you, Professor. It's a lot of work, but we are growing this channel slowly but surely. So I'm grateful for all of the help and all of the support that I get. And so thank you so much to everybody who's helped making this possible. Gonna give it a couple of seconds to see who else jumps on. I do want to start at some point. I have it up here right now, the Cornerstone designation. Maybe I am a weirdo. I don't know. That is up to everybody else to decide. But just because I'm weird shouldn't stop you from hitting the like button and the subscribe button, for the record. What is physion? Is that how my brain? Is that how my head is shaped? I'm trying to think what that word means. Welcome back. I've heard of free men. I don't think I've ever heard of the ancient order of free men. I'm not sure what that is. It's not Freemasons, though. What is the book? Den. I'm going to call you Den, and have you hit the like and subscribe button is the better question. That's an interesting question, and there is no single answer because it depends, Kyle, on like the country that you're in. Famously, Cuba and Castro had a more positive view of Freemasonry. I think it was still officially outlawed in Cuba, but there are many lodges that existed, and Castro tended to let them just be. Whereas in the Soviet Union, Freemasonry was outlawed, I believe, starting in 1918, and was outlawed until 1995 when the first Russian lodge started up again. As a general rule, communist regimes or communist governments tended to be pretty negative towards Freemasonry. There's a variety of reasons for that. Which, part of it is any government that champions or focuses on or tilts towards single control or single universal control is not going to want to see civic engagement. The entirety of the engagement they want is going to be civil, which is the relationship between the individual and the state, as opposed to the relationship between the individual and other individuals. Also, Freemasonry focuses on democratic rights, something that very often is not found in communist regimes, and individual autonomy and kind of respect and equality under the law. Those are things that are, in a general sense, not supported, or very often not supported under communist regimes. It's not inherently impossible, but it's less likely. Thank you, Law River. I appreciate that very much. Law River, I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't really understand it. I mean, so when you say take on the Vietnam, I would say the general rule Masonry does. Now, keep in mind, Chris, you're not allowed to discuss religion or politics in Lodge. It would not shock me at all if there were, in fact, some Masons who were communists, or at least had political beliefs that were communist in nature, or at least very far left, define as you will. I would have to, but it's not discussed in Lodge, right? Kyle, a take on any war, right? Whether it be the Vietnam War or any other war, that's a political question. Freemasons are not going to have a particular take on the Vietnam War. Some Freemasons may have supported it at the time. Some may be opposed to it. Who knows, right? Freemasons are not telling people the takes that they should have on anything, whether it be a war or government action. It's up to each Mason to decide for himself. I'm not bald. Look at all this hair. I just keep it short because it's more aerodynamic when I'm wheeling through the streets. Okay. I've read back in the day, I would bet money that was based on the Freemasons. Because the Sherlock Holmes author, Arthur Conan Doyle, was a Freemason, famously. Um, I mean, secret societies are kind of fun. They're very often easy, they're kind of easy stand-ins, a secret society for something mysterious or occult. They can very often be used in that manner as a way to create villains very quickly, whether it be in literature or in movies. I never mind stuff like that, even though obviously we in Freemasonry are not villainous. Nonetheless, if somebody wants to use us as villains, then so be it, right? What can you do? Do I watch F1? What's F1? Sigh, and please hit like and subscribe. Sherlock Holmes was fiction, but Arthur Conan Doyle was a real Mason. Um, Hello, Alcatraz. How's it going? When you say F1, do you mean like the the race? I don't think I can lessons. That sounds pretty entertaining. You're on your own. Just call me Cameron. Worshipful is weird. I'm doing well. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. If you are new to the stream, um, sorry, not a big poutine fan. What can I say? The ending of The Boys could be better. I'm just gonna call you 2194. I did not really watch The Boys, so I can't. I saw the ending, but it's not. I've just seen clips of it. I never really watched it all the way through, so I can't speak. It's not mine to say. I don't really watch a lot of TV. The extent to which I watch anything, it's primarily movies and old television shows. Like I still watch a lot of Charmed, which I love very much. So, thank you, lessons. I like Angel. I like Lost. Andrew, I am not Kane. I don't think you're Andrew Tate either, for the record. Um, but I'll take it because most people think I look ugly. Formula One, Max. I don't really watch uh, racing, although I did go to Detroit over the weekend and watch the Detroit Grand Prix. I put some clips of it up on my personal YouTube channel, youtube.com/at Cameron Adamson. Aleister Crowley was probably not a Freemason. Hello, Logist Law. He was a clandestine Mason for sure. Probably not a legitimate Mason. At least that is all the evidence I've seen. Um, So I did not get permission to talk about my Masonic life. I just started talking about it. I told people I was going to, right? I told people I was going to talk about it, but I always say this is me speaking about myself and my opinions exclusively. This is not about Freemasonry in an official sense. That's also why I call this square and compass promotions and not square and compasses because. Um, the compasses would imply that what I say, my opinions, are between the compasses of my Masonic jurisdiction. Calling it square and compass indicates it's outside of that. It's separate from the official channels, which is why everything I say, you need to remember, is based on me, my opinions, and my thoughts, and is not reflective of a Masonic lodge or of Freemasonry. In general, it's reflective of my opinions of Freemasonry and what I think. If I was speaking on behalf of somebody, or if I was speaking on behalf of a Masonic lodge, then I would need to get permission. Um, Freemasonry is not satanic. It is not flat out satanic or satanic in any way. So, no, you are incorrect. This idea that you're not allowed to talk about Freemasonry is dumb. I don't know where it comes from, but it's foolish. I am plenty high enough, Lee Elliott. You just don't know what you're talking about. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. I've traveled around the world. I visited Masonic lodges in the Philippines, North America, South America. I'm grateful for all of that. I've been to every type of degree, every type of meeting, everything you could possibly be a part of. So This idea of there's always another secret, there's always something higher than you, it's silly. By the way, I do want to give a moment and a shout out to YouTube channel Michigan Lodge of Research and Information number 1. They have, as of right now, 4 videos, but I'm sure they'll be getting some more very soon. It looks like they just started. Um, it's Michael Aaron Moore is looks like he's one of the ones organizing it. He just put up a YouTube video a couple days ago. Check it out. Michael Moore is a great Mason. He knows his shit. Just a good dude, by the way, but a great Mason. He knows his stuff, especially about Michigan Freemasonry. Putting a link in the chat can be kind of difficult. I'm gonna put the title of it though. Hold on just one sec. I was in the Philippines. I love the Philippines. It was an incredible spot. Very friendly people. I was in Manila. I was annoyed because I kept on writing on my YouTube or on my social medias, I'm Manila baby, and no one got the reference. I was referencing Jack Harlow, right? Where he has his song. I can't even think what the song's called, but he says, I'm vanilla baby, right? I'll choke you, but I ain't no killer baby. I can't think of the rest of it now. But I kept putting in I'm Manila baby, and I kept waiting for somebody to get the joke and respond to it, and nobody did. Drove me crazy. All right, it's Michigan Lodge of Research Information number 1 at Michigan Lodge of Research and 1542. I'm going to subscribe right now. No, Freemasons are not manipulating and controlling government. So you're right about that, Den. There's no manipulation, no controlling. I don't believe in deep state. I don't believe in Illuminati. I don't believe having a deep state is possible. I simply think there's too many competing interests, both at the national level and the international level, to allow for any type of deep state Illuminati. And Illuminati, by the way, hasn't been a force of any sort for, I don't even know, hundreds of years, at least 100 years. And there's no child sacrifice either. When's the last day I didn't say Freemason? Oh my gosh, what a question that is. I have no idea. A lot. There is, I mean, I say Freemasonry probably every day. I'd really have to go back and think. Long live any country, Pakistan, Egypt, Canada, United States. If you're from Pakistan, then you absolutely should support your country 100%. I've always said it, I'm a Canadian first, and then I'm a Freemason. I know of William Morgan, yeah. Famous story. We don't know what happened to him. It could be that it was Masons who took him out because passions got the best of people. Unfortunately, being a Freemason does not stop you from being dumb and stupid, and sometimes the passions get the better of us. I could be that. It could have been that he escaped to Canada because he owed a lot of people a lot of money. We don't know what happened to William Morgan for sure. His body was never found, right? I've been to Toronto many times. I'm not a huge fan of big cities as a general rule. Chicago's the exception. But Toronto's starting to grow on me. So maybe been to Toronto for Freemasonry a whole bunch as well. I can't speak for people. I do not hate Pakistan. I have no idea what a crypto Jew is. It sounds vaguely anti-Semitic. I've never heard that expression before. Hello, Ernst. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. On the Goalways, what is a Freemason? On the Goalways, please hit like, please hit subscribe. A Freemason is a member of a Masonic Lodge or body, otherwise known as a Masonic Lodge. So it's a member of a civic club or a civic group. It's a designation of membership in a club or in a group. That club or group has existed for over 300 years, and the primary purpose is to spend time with one another and to enjoy one another's company. I would recommend joining Eastern Star for anyone. It's a wonderful organization and a valuable part of the craft. I mean, in my experience and based on my knowledge of history, and keep in mind this is very minimal, you can have Semitic people in that region that are both Israeli and um, Palestinian, right? Some, if you move there or if you convert, that's different. But Semitic roots, I believe, are both Jewish and Palestinian. I do not believe in the occult. Um, I mean, I think the occult. I mean, I believe in the occult in the same way I believe there are people who believe in the occult. I'm not one who believes. I don't believe you can do anything that would, for example, break the laws of physics. So if you mean as in the occult, casting spells and things of that nature, no, I don't believe in that. Do you believe? I mean, I think. I mean, because now again, this is getting political, and F. I just call you at F. I am not a like. There are many Masons with many different views on Israel. I can't speak for all of them. I can just give you my personal opinion, which is not a Masonic opinion. I'm proud to be a member of a Masonic Lodge in Israel. Um, I think that the reason they don't DNA test is because the the ability to be a citizen can be based on either historical roots or be based on conversion of the faith. And so converting would mean your DNA would not be relevant, right? That's at least my assumption. How old is my mother? Oh, the old question. I've got many mothers, but my first mother, 403 years of age. Thank you, Noodle. Make sure that if you think they're impressive, you take a few moments to leave a comment. Doing so helps out big time on the channel. I'm going to be doing more of those exercises soon because people seem to really like them and it gets people checking out the channel. And we as Freemasons should always be focusing on our health and well-being. So during today's content marathon, I may very well actually do some content creation from my gym downstairs. Um, Thank you, Dolly. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Please hit like and subscribe. So Eastern Star has both male and female members. To be a male member of the Eastern Star, you must first be a Freemason. Well, I mean, it depends. When you say fight, do you mean physically fight? If two Masons get into a physical altercation, they should be, at the very least, given a letter of reprimand, if not flat out suspended. If the fight gets loud, raised voices, but it doesn't go physical, so long as you have a worshipful master who can step in and say, you know, calm things down. There are certain tricks I've learned as a worshipful master to keep things kind of calm. One of the best things you can do, honestly, is to focus on, like if there's a debate and if it's getting impassioned and heated, call for a vote right away. Because at a certain point, the passions are going to overtake and you're not going to get any new information out. You're simply going to be repeating the same points, but just louder and louder. So one good idea is to call for a vote right away. Another good idea is to have a meeting before the meeting and actually figure out what the lodge wants to do. So you limit the discussion and the debate in the lodge itself. One of my favorite quotes about business life, but this applies to Freemasonry as well, was decisions don't happen in meetings, decisions happen before the meetings. And that's very true. Noodle, why do you think you're a Cowan? A Cowan would be someone who pretends to be a Mason and isn't. Well, Eastern Star is its own lodge, but you need to be a Mason in another lodge to join it, just like you need to be a Mason to join Scottish Rite or York Rite. That's not a bad analogy at all, Den, but I think the difference is physics describes the world accurately. I think the occult does not. I mean, there is no highest rank in Freemasonry, so that right there I would question. I would ask him more info. I'd ask him to clarify. Does he mean the highest rank within his jurisdiction? Does he mean third degree Master Mason, which is the highest degree? I need to know what he means by that. Really? I did not know that Crowley was involved in the Loch Ness Monster stuff. I don't boy 15W5X. I don't disagree with you. Um, I've said it a million times. My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe, as expressed through science and geometry. Well, Noodle. So then he is correct. The highest degree in Freemasonry is the third degree. So if that's what he's saying, then that's a mark in his favor. You can have a Masonic tattoo, like I do. I have many Masonic tattoos. Um, Oh, that would be called Pastor Sempa being part of a clandestine lodge. And believe me, there are many clandestine Masons out there, unfortunately. People pretending to be part of a Masonic lodge. It's just one of those things that happens. All we can do is try our best to demonstrate true Freemasonry. What would I be Googling? What is that manner, Chris? I got to be careful what I Google. To my understanding, Eric Keir Starmer is not a Freemason. I don't want to say for sure. I've never seen any evidence that he is, though. Hello, Dimitri. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Leonardo da Vinci was not a Freemason, but he had a lot of ideas that could be considered parallel to Freemasonry. I also see a lot of pictures of him with, for example, the compasses, which, as you know, is a very Masonic symbol. But he was too early to ever be an official Freemason. He died in like 1520, 15 whatever it was, 1521 or something like that. But he definitely, without a doubt, he definitely, in my opinion, engaged with or demonstrated or showcased a lot of Masonic principles. So the golden ratio and the Fibonacci sequence plays a part in Freemasonry in that Freemasonry believes in education, believes in geometry, believes in geometric knowledge as being a basis for better understanding the world and society. We are encouraged in the second degree in emulation ritual to study geometry and to learn about geometry. And the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio are big parts of that. Also, architecturally speaking, Freemasonry evolved from stonemasons. Stonemasons were both keepers of knowledge related to the golden ratio and would then pass on that knowledge to others, their apprentices. So, yes, it does. I'm always encouraging Freemasons to spend time learning more about geometry, including but not limited to the golden ratio. Nope, Freemasonry is not satanic. So Hiram Abiff was almost certainly a myth. I don't believe he actually existed, but he was the head architect at King Solomon's Temple, if he did in fact exist. But he can still, you don't need to exist to be a metaphor and to be to provide valuable lessons. I mean, Captain Ahab is not a real figure, but he provides very valuable lessons in the case of Captain Ahab, what not to do. In the case of Hiram Abiff, how to act in this world. So stonemasonry, the building of things from stone, dates back even before King Solomon's Temple would have existed. I mean, it could date back to millions of years when the very first human ancestor picked up two stones on the African plains, bashed them together, and created the first stone tool, right? That would be an example of stonemasonry. Freemasonry dates to the 16th and 17th century. Um, but apocryphally, or from a legendary perspective, many people would say its mythical origins are in King Solomon's temple. Um, I thank you, Courtney. And Courtney, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. The Adventures of Smoking Bandit. I've done about as much in Freemasonry as anybody can do. So, you know. I mean, that has been said as well, Chris. Many people have argued that Nimrod was the first stonemason. Um, it's interesting because supposedly, from historical perspective or a legendary perspective, I think in the Bible as well, it said that the Tower of Babel was constructed out of mud and clay bricks, not of stone. So is it really fair to say Nimrod was a stonemason? I don't know. Good. Taking care of your health is important. You need to do that, Courtney. So that has to come first. But it's still great to have you here, and thank you for joining. Oh, the old question of levels. Usually when people ask me that question, I know they don't know what they're talking about. It's not levels. When you're talking about Freemasonry, you want to think about it in terms of degrees and offices. I am the highest degree in Freemasonry, which is the third degree Master Mason. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. I'm also the Worshipful Master of Border Cities Lodge number 554 and past Master of Windsor Lodge 403 and Harmony Lodge 579. So you need to keep those things in mind as well, because offices are very, very important when you think about Freemasonry. Um, it's the office you hold. You can worship whomever you so choose. When you say only worship one, I'm not sure if you're saying you're a Christian. Freemasonry, you can join and you can be a Christian, you can be Muslim, you can be Jewish, you can be Hindu, you can be Sikh, you can be anything else. It's not about being a particular faith. Freemasonry welcomes men of all different faiths and backgrounds. In the same way, you're welcome to be my neighbor, regardless of your faith. You're also welcome to be my brother, regardless of your faith. No, it's not The Adventures of Smokey and Bandit. You're just a foolish person who's seen a bunch of nonsense on social media. No, Pastor Sempa, they do not. No, I've never desecrated any idols belonging to anyone's God, mine or anything else. Um, Freemasonry is not going to be a reviler of anyone's religion, and that would include desecrating their religious idols. That would be a cruel thing to do, and Freemasonry is not a cruel organization. I'll take it. You're going to call me egghead, but please hit like and subscribe. I've been called worse on this stream, I can tell you that. Not a photographic memory, but I spend so much time talking about Freemasonry that I remember a lot about it. Good afternoon, Joseph Nicholson. Thank you for being here. Yes, Noodle Knock, you just have to believe in a higher power. What that higher power is, that is up to each individual Mason. Sweden has a really cool Masonic history, actually. A lot of people don't realize it. I think it's called the Swedish Rites, are really fascinating. Well, help me by giving me some super chats, Patreon donations. That will help me get money to take somebody on a date. Very similar in that sense, yes. A lot of Masonic lodges actually rent out space in their buildings for Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, for that matter, and a variety of different anonymous organizations. That's awesome, Noodle. I'm kind of the same way. So if you ever want to join Freemasonry, you certainly would be welcome to do so. But there's still a process that you go into. It's not like you walk up to the lodge on Monday, you join on Tuesday. Takes time. But all the best things in life do, right? I do work. This is my work, Porter. Help me out. It's not as easy as people think. Um, I've always said this. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I'm curing cancer or performing brain surgery or working in the mines or digging ditches, all of which are as incredibly important work and incredibly hard work. But being a live streamer is not the easiest thing in the world either. So keep that in mind. There is a challenge to this, right? There's a reason why not everybody's doing it if it was so easy. I never heard that song. I'll look it up. Spiral Architect. I found a lot of good songs lately that I want to post on socials, songs I didn't know about. Spiral Architect. Let me just make a note of that. Memo, I'm sorry, Noodle. When you say you're not a good man, I mean, uh, there's different ways to view that, I guess. I don't know if I'm necessarily a good man. I try my best. I don't always succeed. Or for me, if I had somebody wanting to join Freemasonry, I would more try to gauge whether they try to be a good man, more so than whether they are or not. It's the effort that matters, right? More so than anything else. When you say anti human, what do you mean by that? I mean, I would say Freemasonry is decidedly pro human. Define bad experience, Sogo. Because I've done over 1,000, I think at this point over 2,000 meetings. So, yeah, there's going to be some bad experiences in there. Uh, when I talk about what a bad experience is, though, that's the key. Never seen anything in a lodge that's illegal, immoral, or against my civic religious responsibilities. But I have been to lodge meetings that are very poorly organized, very poorly run. The ritual isn't known well. It starts late, brethren aren't showing up, and all of that, the junior warden forgets the food, and all of that creates kind of a negative taste in one's mouth or bad taste in one's mouth for obvious reasons. We can. I'm here talking about it right now. They're everywhere, Brother Michael Moore. They're everywhere. Lord Christ, Freemasonry has nothing to do with ball, but I will say is you should treat this as you should treat things like doing the dishes and laundry and chores as a chance for personal growth. It's what I always say to Freemasons when I talk to them about the value and the necessity of organizing, of doing chores at the lodge, of vacuuming, of cleaning, whatever it might be. Ultimately, doing things like that, doing the grunt work, cleaning the lodge, preparing the lodge, it actually, without question, will make you a better Mason. It'll make you a better Mason. It'll make you a better man. So you shouldn't want any entity, supernatural, not to do that work. You should do it. And you should do it not because you feel you have to, but because doing so will strengthen your connection to the lodge. We do not have groupies, Mr. Inappropriate. We're not a rock band. I'm going to take your question a little bit seriously, though, in the sense that, I don't want groupies in Freemasonry, but I do wish that we had more people who were fans of Freemasonry and actually loved Freemasonry in the same way they love musicians and other artists. Being a Freemason is a skill, it's a challenge, and you have a responsibility as part of that to make sure that you are doing your best and doing it well. Right? The reason why people are fans of musicians, I believe, at the core, is because musicians have skills and abilities. It's not even so much that they like the music, they just appreciate the skill of the artist, of the musician. I wish more people appreciated the skill of what it means to be a Freemason, especially what it means to be a good Freemason. Um, what's the challenge? I mean, it's the challenge of dedicating yourself to something. It's going to a meeting when you don't want to, being able to organize a meeting successfully as a worshipful master, memorization, personal development, interpersonal relationships. You can organize events, celebrations, banquets, being there for charitable efforts, showing up to volunteer. All of that stuff is a challenge, right? Time management, you learn a lot of time management skills through Freemasonry. If you are a Freemason and you're good at it, it takes work. No, Rylan Harris. There is no Satanism at quote unquote any higher ranks. Keep in mind the highest rank in Freemasonry is the third degree. Harris Music, please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would really appreciate it. I try to work a lot, I do my best. Um, but I mean, ultimately, it's because there's this thing I love called Freemasonry, and I want to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. So I think it is positive, Mr. Inappropriate. No, it does not. I've known many 33rd degree Masons. There's nothing satanic in the 33rd degree. I'm confident saying that because I know my 33rd degree Masonic brethren. I've known some 33rd degrees who are priests and pastors, actually. I mean, I think I do, but that's why I try to eat healthy and take care of myself physically as well. Because, yeah, this is not the easiest thing in the world. I'm not saying it's super easy. I'm not saying it's super hard. This is a brain surgery. But there are challenges to being to being a live streamer, talking for, hours at a time. But you build up your stream, you build up your audience, and you go from there. You do. I actually have some cereal with me that I want to start snacking on pretty soon. I also try to drink a lot of water, as well as coffee and everything else. Cleaning is impossible. Well, cleaning is possible, but unfortunately, entropy is also a very real thing, which means the dirt piles up again. So you just have to kind of get used to it. No, my jaw does not ever hurt from talking a lot. I'll get tired. My back will get sore from sitting in this same position all the time, which is why I try to focus so much on moving around regularly. Thank you, Michigan Lodge of Research. I found you guys. I mentioned you guys on the stream. I don't know if you saw that. I did subscribe to you on a couple of different channels I have. So much appreciated. That is true. We are not 33rd degree, but I know 33rds, and I've done my research from legitimate sources. The thing about being a Mason for 20 years is you start to recognize what are the legitimate sources versus what are the illegitimate sources pretty quickly. Um, I do not like Albert Pike, Dylan. Albert Pike, I mean, look, I don't hate Albert Pike, and he provided a lot of valuable insights into Freemasonry. He also provided a lot of nonsense, or he provided a lot of things that people misunderstand. The biggest thing to remember about Albert Pike is he was one man giving his opinion on Freemasonry. He was not speaking for all of Freemasonry or for even most of Freemasonry. Um, so long as you take him for what he's supposed to be, that's the most important thing, and not take him as being more than he should be. I think it's one of the biggest mistakes. He definitely had a Southern point of view. Oh my gosh. That's an interesting way to describe it too, sub branches. But it's a good way to describe it. I mean, I wouldn't even call them sub branches. I wouldn't call them branches either, because branches imply it's above. Um, do you better word is rights and pathways maybe. There's Scottish Rite, there's York Rite, there's Shrine, there's Eastern Star, there's Demolay and Rainbow. Those are the big ones. In Europe, there's Memphis Mizraim. So, there is a lot of different pathways one can take to be a Freemason. There's allied Masonic degrees, but even in your lodge, I mean, there's so many different pathways you can take in your Masonic lodge. You can volunteer to be part of, you can volunteer to be part of a committee. You can volunteer to take part in social events or organize social events. You can volunteer to be on a visitation committee. You can do Cornerstone. There's so many different things that you can do. That's really, really fun and really, really cool and really, really enjoyable. And so, yeah, I think the pathways within Freemasonry are endless. And that's one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry, right? Is that there's so many different things that you can do and you can learn. Literally, I could do this stream every day, 12 hours a day for years and still not cover everything within Freemasonry. And then you're not even getting into different jurisdictions, different rites, different lodges, clandestine, irregular. It's really fun and really cool. Astral, I would love to talk about the seven liberal arts. My favorite is geometry, of course, but I've also had scientists on. What do you want to know specifically? There's a lot of different things I could discuss with them. The other thing, though, I want to talk about is the Cornerstone project, which I still haven't started talking about yet. I keep meaning to and then getting sidetracked because I'm enjoying the questions. But I do want to discuss it. Now, Cornerstone Program is a unique program to Ontario Masons. However, many other jurisdictions have similar types of programs. And I do want to go through it, and maybe this will give your lodge some ideas on things that you can do, even if you don't have a Cornerstone program per se, things that you can do to try and grow and improve your Masonic lodge. The first do consist of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. I think I'm good at rhetoric. I think that's one of my better skills. On a side note. So, here is I'm reading from the Cornerstone Program Manual. If you are an Ontario Freemason, you can access this by going onto your account and finding it that way. Hold on just one sec. No worries, Astral. Just out of curiosity, Astral, are you a Freemason or just interested in Freemasonry? Or just interested in hanging out with me? How did I eat Cheerios? Doing longer streams, you need to keep eating. Freemasonry is very big in Australia. And it's great to have people from Australia here. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I would love to have you have more subscribers from Australia. All right, so again, this is specific to the Ontario Masonic Lodges or Ontario Masonic jurisdiction. Welcome, brethren. So I just finished this application program myself, and I'm proud to say Windsor Lodge is a Cornerstone Lodge, maintains as a Cornerstone Lodge. It's been one since 2012, and I've been pretty active in it since 2014. So Ontario Masons Cornerstone Program. Welcome, brethren. The following was taken from our own Grand Lodge Cornerstone document and is one example of the quintessential purpose of this program. Many lodges are under the impression that because they are small, struggling lodges, they do not have the resources, specifically the manpower, to implement the Cornerstone Program. Those lodges are encouraged to consider the alternative perspective that by implementing this program, they may re-energize their lodge and see absent members return or see new members join, thereby addressing their issue of insufficient resources. So I think that's a really, really good point and a really valuable point and something we very often forget, right? It's incredibly easy for us to say, because our lodge is struggling, because our lodge is small, we can't actually try to get some type of designation or we can't do anything. You switch over from a growth mindset to just a survival mindset. What the Cornerstone program does is it gives you a set of concrete, legitimate steps that you can take to try and grow your lodge once again. Many of them are pretty small and pretty easy to do and don't require a lot of manpower. And the really cool thing about that, and the really beautiful thing about that is even if you, at your lodge, let's say you're trying to get your Cornerstone designation, which means you try to go in 2 years, get a significant number of qualifications met. We're going to talk about what those are in a second. Maybe in the first 2 years, you try it, you're not successful. You don't quite get your full 2 years worth of work done. That's okay, because at least you probably accomplished a few things and you made some progress. Then you try again in the next 2 years and maybe you accomplish a few more things. And maybe by the time you're in your third attempt, you actually get, within a 2-year period, all of the qualifications necessary to get Cornerstone. It's not as though those first 4 years were a waste of time. You did things, you learned things, you grew your lodge, and you got yourself to a place where you were strong enough to get the Cornerstone designation. So don't think that it's not about failing or succeeding. It's about trying your best and making progress step by step, moment by moment. No, you don't. And David, yes. I mean, there can be friendly rivalries. One thing that many lodges try to do is create these rivalries where, how many members can we have visiting different lodges in the district? It's called a traveling gavel program. Or maybe 2 lodges will try to raise funds for charity. And they'll ask the question, like, how many, can St. John's Lodge raise more money for the kids' hospitals than St. Joseph's Lodge or St. Andrew's Lodge, whatever it is. Those are friendly rivalries, and they are very helpful to Freemasonry because they encourage attendance, encourage participation, because it's like the lodge's pride. We also have coming up a baseball tournament and our softball tournament, and there's a lot of friendly competition happening for that right now. I can assure you of that. Rondo, not every lodge goes dark in the summer. There are many jurisdictions where that doesn't happen. Here in Ontario, part of it is, I do think part of it does come from agriculture, but a lot of it comes from the fact that it gets so hot in the summer. And our Masonic buildings were built in the 1920s before air conditioning. And honestly, it can get stifling. We don't fly any flags over the lodges, but we do fly Canadian flags in front of the lodges very often. And very often we'll have flags within the lodge themselves. Like in my Masonic Lodge, we have a Canadian, American, and Ontario flag, and a Great Britain flag as well, United Kingdom flag. We also sing O Canada after the lodge is finished. No, because we're not trying to offset any karmic debt, astral. That'd be a foolish thing to try to do. Right? Because it's not about, if we're doing good things or charitable things because we're trying to get some type of favor from above or offset debt, that's not the reason to do good things. You do good things to do good things, to help others, not to get some type of reward. But having said that, of course, again, people like to take pride in their lodge, and if my lodge can raise more money for a charity than your lodge can, I mean, it's all in good fun, but you can get some bragging rights. You can start to feel good about yourself a little bit, So going back to Cornerstone, again, The purpose of this is within a 2-year period to try to reach a certain number of standards and goals as set out by Grand Lodge and the Grand Lodge Cornerstone Committee. Each one of these goals and standards is meant to try to improve a lodge in some way, financially, membership-wise, either membership retention or membership growth, attendance, education, or just generally strengthening the lodge and its ability to function well. It has been around since 2012, and I'm proud to say that my lodge, Windsor Lodge 403, was one of the very first lodges in Essex County to achieve the Cornerstone status. If you think your lodge is too small to, within 2 years, achieve a Cornerstone designation, try anyways. Even if you don't succeed, you may make progress towards your goal, and you can build on that progress 2 years by 2 years by 2 years, and maybe the third time you will be fully successful. Who knows? Give it a shot, right? Consider the following statement by a lodge coordinator that was part of the covering letter with his lodge's package. So this is a letter from a lodge that applied for Cornerstone. The Cornerstone program has been a real positive experience for our lodge. Last November, at a Committee of General Purposes meeting, a vote was held to proceed with amalgamation talks. The vote was all members in favor with one against. I was the one against, and I convinced the brethren to try this project in conjunction with other Grand Lodge programs for 2 years. And if we were not in a stronger position, I would relent. 6 months later, and talk amalgamation has vanished and been replaced with the prospect of attaining Cornerstone Lodge designation for a second time, again next year. The change in attitude has been amazing, and it has been accompanied by a mini revival in Lodge. I must thank you for your efforts and let you know that in at least one lodge, they have been successful. So, the designation itself and the workbook itself. First, you obviously need to provide your lodge name, your district, and then the worshipful master, the cornerstone chair of the district, and the district cornerstone rep. So you need to provide all of those things. You then have to achieve, hold on just one second, one of 4 mandatory standards, 5 of 15 major standards, and 6 of 16 basic standards. So each of these standards is meant to improve the lodge in some way, shape, or form. Other lodges may have other ideas of things they want to do to improve upon, which is perfectly fine. These are what our Grand Lodge and our Cornerstone Committee came up with. And I think that they do reflect a pretty decent and a pretty good mix of things that, for lack of a better term, attack problem areas in a lodge. Whether it be attacking financial challenges, attacking mentorship challenges, attacking mentorship challenges, attacking attendance challenges or lack of membership challenges, ritual, whatever it might be. Well, Professor, I mean, if you're intoxicated, get yourself some sleep, get yourself some coffee. Obviously, don't drive. So, in terms of the mandatory standards, you need to have 1 of 4 of these done in a 4-year period. You need to complete a friend-to-friend program or a mentorship program or an officer mentorship program or a strategic planning and action committee. So, let's see. Right, the friend-to-friend program, the lodge has held a friend-to-friend event using the membership pillar friend-to-friend program or another similar format selected by and approved by the DDG. And basically, it's a chance for Masons to gather and invite their friends, family, people they know to the lodge and encourage them to just learn more about Freemasonry, learn more about what Freemasonry is, tour the building, whatever it might be. It has to maintain the intent of the Grand Lodge program. And you can do it on your own or you can do it jointly with another lodge. So, for example, if you want to hold a friend-to-friend program, but your lodge is small, maybe you can find another lodge in your district, in your area, and invite them to be part of it as well. That way, you're sharing the work. Because believe me, I do understand that for a struggling lodge, it can be hard, and anything you can do to share the workload is going to be a good thing. I love coffee, Pastor Sempa. I love coffee. So I recommend coffee all the time. My favorite thing in the world. Or you have a mentor program where you are mentoring candidates through their 3 degrees, or an office mentorship program where you are mentoring new officers through their work. Now, the really cool thing and beautiful thing about my lodge, Windsor Lodge, and Essex County is we have a weekly mentorship program that invites both officers and candidates to attend. There are multiple senior brethren and mentors present every week who will work with them in a variety of ways. In some cases, it will be getting a candidate ready to advance from the 2nd to the 3rd degree, or to prove their 3rd degree, or to advance from the 1st to the 2nd degree. In other cases, it will be to help officers, work with, get ready for their lodge meeting. Officers get ready to take their chair. It can be to prepare for a degree. It can be to prepare for a special event or celebration. It can also be for rusty or older Masons who have been around in lodge for a while to get together to learn more about the lodge, and to kind of be reminded of, what they've missed and what they've forgotten, which is a really good thing. Unfortunately, in North America, Chris, Freemasonry is struggling with membership. We're working on it, though. So the Cornerstone Program in Ontario divides up the mentorship between having a mentoring program and having an officer mentorship program. In my experience, very often it's possible to combine the two into one. So long as you have multiple rooms in your building, like we're lucky enough to have in Windsor, we can have in one room mentoring an apprentice as he prepares to get his fellowcraft degree, in another room mentoring a fellowcraft as he prepares to get his Master Mason degree, and in another room mentoring a deacon as he prepares to take on the 3rd degree, as he prepares to do a degree and he needs to know his floor work. So for Windsor Lodge, we actually did have both, which I thought was really cool. And then strategic planning and action. The Lodge holds a strategic action workshop enlisting the assistance of the operations pillar strategic planning committee, if required, to discover the effective and positive use of the L form lodge reporting cards. Basically, in Freemasonry in Ontario, every year we have an official visit, and one of our responsibilities with the official visit is to complete these forms that are called L forms. And it's meant to provide a snapshot of the lodge, of its health, of its well-being, of its strength, its financial strength, its membership strength, and a combination therein and a combination thereof. A lot of people don't understand those forms, how to use them to both adequately gauge how the lodge is doing and to create like a blueprint of moving ahead in the future. Having a workshop to review those is really important and can be incredibly helpful. So there is that as well. Then there are standard or major standards qualification. We need to get 5 of 15 of these qualifications in order to qualify for Cornerstone. And again, in 2 years, you have to do so. Consider yourself, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. The idea that if you've been away for a while, coming back, you should be required to, show your dedication to the lodge once again. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. All right. So the major standards: attend a Grand Lodge annual communication, establish an annual lodge operating budget, conduct 4 Masonic educational presentations, confer all 3 degrees and prove a Master Mason degree, distribute 3 written communications, participate in a Masonic workshop, visit a tiled regular meeting of another lodge, conduct a lodge survey, participate in a district initiated visitation program, participate in a Masonic child identification program event, participate in at least 3 blood donor clinics, increase lodge attendance, maintain 80% of entered apprentices progressing to Master Masons within 2 years, maintain 70% of initiates attaining membership for 5 years, complete the college module within the 2-year cycle. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by greeting a brother Masonically. Like, if he's demitting for whatever reason, then so be it. He demits. I'm not going to judge him for that. I might judge him if he demits and then, 20 years later, whatever it is, comes back and starts acting like he never left and, didn't leave the lodge in a bit of a lurch. But technically, he still knows the passcripts and the passwords and the whatevers, if there are those things. He still knows the modes of recognition, I should say. So I would be fine if he introduced himself to me as a brother, so long as he was honest also and said, I'm currently demitted. I'm not paying dues anywhere, so I can't attend your meeting, right? If that makes any sense. He's a Mason in the sense he still knows the quote unquote secrets. He still knows the modes of recognition. What he doesn't know, obviously, what he's not doing is paying his dues. So what he can't do is attend a Masonic Lodge meeting. So Steve Jobs, Lex Animata, is not a Freemason, but Steve Wozniak is a Freemason, interestingly enough. Maybe. I mean, there is a mode of recognition, and that's it. That's not how I can tell if somebody is legitimate or is active or not. The way I would know that is exclusively through a dues card or registration in a Grand Lodge system. That's why I always tell guys, just because someone knows the modes of recognition, it does not mean they're automatically Freemasons. Currently, you still need to be willing to ask them questions about their current due status. Hello, Aditya. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. I want to get Steve Wozniak on this podcast at some point. Believe me, it's on my list of things I want to do. So, going back to this, so attending a Grand Lodge annual communication. So every year in most jurisdictions, they have what's called an annual communication. Colloquially, we very often just call it Grand Lodge. Like, are you going to Grand Lodge, right? But it's really, Grand Lodge is a physical building and a governance structure. Going to the annual communication is the one time a year where that governance structure gathers together with Masons from across Ontario and, enjoys, goes to workshops and events and learns about one another's, what's happening in their districts. Thank you for the star. That's a good way to look at it. I mean, in theory, he'd probably still be working in the quarries no matter what, right? He's doing his day-to-day life. That's working in the quarries. He couldn't come into the lodge meeting, though. It is beautiful outside. I want to go outside at some point. I may do part of this content marathon, stream marathon thing from the pool, just because it's so beautiful out right now. Thank you for the star, Jeremy. Yeah, Steve Wozniak is a Freemason. So it's incredibly important, if you can make it to a lodge, that you do so. If you can make it to an annual communication, you do so, especially if you're an officer. Our annual communications are incredible opportunities to learn about what's happening in your lodge. Not a 24-hour stream, but I'm going to try to do a series of streams throughout the day on this channel, on my other channels, on Instagram. kind of a content marathon a little bit, but not a full 24-hour stream. I'll be coming off and on throughout the day. If you get the chance to go, believe me, you should. I know it's expensive, especially if you live far away from, let's say, Toronto, but they are an incredible opportunity to learn about Freemasonry, learn about what's happening in your district, and to meet Freemasons from around really the world, but certainly Ontario. Also, getting the chance to take part in hospitality suites is a huge deal. It matters a lot because you'll learn a lot about Freemasonry and what's happening. You'll meet guys that honestly I suggest, especially to newer Masons, like entered apprentices, get yourself to Grand Lodge. Just make sure that when you get yourself to Grand Lodge, yes, go to meetings, go to workshops, but more than that, go to the hospitality suites. Learn about Freemasonry from Masons around the world. It's really important. And if you're an officer, you absolutely should be doing the same. The second pillar, establish an annual operating budget. A lot of lodges are not doing this, and it's unfortunate. If possible, you should be trying to operate a annual operation budget, presenting it to the lodge as well. That is a recommendation that is one of the major standards also. I do consider yourself youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. youtube.com/@Cameron Adamson. It depends on the jurisdiction, Rondo, and it depends on the type of meeting. But yes, if nothing else, EAs can go to hospitality suites and meet other Masons. But very often there are workshops that are open to Masons of all ranks and all degrees, depending again on the jurisdiction you're in. Coffee Club is happening Friday. I won't be there because I'm flying back to Winnipeg. If you did want to go to it, though, I could make a note, tell people you'll be there, and leave the coin for you. If you wanted to go and check it out, just shoot me off a message, let me know. And you have to provide, by the way, you have to provide the budget 2 years in a row. But it happens every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 to 10:30. Conduct 4 Masonic education presentations within a 2-year period. So this is one of those, I did not, but I heard about it. This is one of those things, I think a lot of people really misunderstand what a Masonic education presentation means and what it can be. First of all, it doesn't have to be some big, huge thing. Getting up in lodge and spending 5-10 minutes talking about or discussing, I don't know, like picking a random brother and giving his Masonic history in lodge, or talking about the history of a particular Masonic building, or talking about the liberal arts and sciences, or giving a esoteric history of Hiram Abiff. That stuff can absolutely be education, of course. But one of my favorite Masonic education events ever was a brother got up in lodge and spent the entire time talking about balloon animals and showing brethren how to make balloon animals. Because he was saying he loves balloon animals, they're his favorite thing. And he loved it and he wanted to share with other people. And he showed us how to make like the Masonic square and compass in it. Doing a educational session about our health and our well-being. How to be aware of, for example, having a stroke. What to look out for. So if our brethren start to experience that, we can call 911. Knowing first aid. Touring the building. Being aware of safety protocols in the building. All of that stuff is an example of education as well. And again, you can plan an hour-long, fully interactive, full presentation with computers and PowerPoint, or it can be 5 minutes of you up and talking about it. Both of them count and both of them are valuable. I think sometimes we overthink Masonic education. I would say my Masonic Lodge, one of my Masonic Lodges, Windsor Masonic Lodge, absolutely crushes it when it comes to education. Part of that is because we have a great historian who's always present and willing to discuss history of the lodge. Part of that is because it's kind of in our nature to want to do education, but we within Freemasonry have done an incredible job. We within Windsor Lodge have done a really great job with Masonic education presentations. I thought that they were excellent. I can say we had no trouble um, having a successful standard when it came to that. So, Celine Dion is not a Freemason. It's that as well, Rondo. I mean, that's something that Masons can do. I wish that was more of what we saw with Masonic education, is brothers talking about their special interests. But it can be about that. It can be about something related specifically to Masonic history. It can be a combination of all of the above. It's one of those things where it can be a lot of different things. But I think sometimes we have a tendency to view it way too narrowly, which is really unfortunate. I mean, I can be there the 10th, Wednesday, June 10th, around 9:30, if that works for you. Consider yourself, it depends on your school. As a general rule, no, but when I was going to school, we did have to learn English and French. Dues are usually paid annually. Consider yourself. So, next standard is conferring all 3 degrees and proving the Master Mason degree. Um, this again is over the course of 2 years. Now, if you don't have actual candidates who are going through the degrees, what you can do in those circumstances is exemplify a degree, which means get a Mason who's already gone through the degrees to go through it again as though they were a candidate. It's a great opportunity to practice. It's a great way to keep your skills sharp and keep your skills, well honed. Keep your tools well honed, if you will, and in good condition. That way, once you have candidates returning to the lodge, you will be able to once again put on degrees successfully. So either do it with candidates themselves or exemplifying the degrees. Distribute 3 written communications to the lodge. It can be flyers, newsletters. In my experience, it can very often be a summons, so long as that summons includes a newsletter attached to it of some sort, or is more than simply a summons, but is actually a summons combined with a newsletter and information. Usually this is the province of your secretary, who is responsible for forwarding correspondence and communication. Participate in a Masonic workshop. Now, there are a variety of different things that can be Masonic workshops. You need at least 4 Excuse me, need to get some water. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me know. Boba, I mean, I love having you here, don't get me wrong, but if your phone is starting to sweat, turn off your phone. As someone who's experienced an overheating phone and the problems that causes, I don't want to see that happen to your phone as well. So take a few moments to, treat your phone with the care and respect it deserves. June 10th, 9:30, just let me know. Any spiritual master. So there's a lot of different types of Masonic workshops out there. Obviously, Grand Lodge has put on workshops for secretaries, for treasurers, for officers. The district deputy has a workshop as well that he can take, or district deputy to be. There are Zoom workshops. There's Masonic CHIP, Child Edification Program workshops. And all of the above are incredibly important parts of, learning more. Learning more, education, training. These are incredibly important parts of being a Freemason and being an officer. I think we sometimes forget that. Now, you can't use the workshop to include a Masonic education presentation or a district association meeting. That's not how it works. But nonetheless, Masonic workshops are vital tools, vital opportunities to keep our tools sharp as well. So that's another major standard. The next one, visiting a tiled meeting of another regular lodge. At least 4 lodge members must visit a tiled meeting of another lodge. At least one of them must be the worshipful master. It must be a lodge initiated visit. It's not a district initiative. So, for example, it can't be an official visit of the lodge. And this is really good because I think a lot of times we are not, BC, we are not. I think a lot of times one of the mistakes that we make at our Masonic lodges within Freemasonry is we have this idea that for visitation to happen, it has to be initiated, like either we have to be invited by another lodge or it has to be somehow initiated by the Masonic Lodge, like by the district, excuse me. So for example, we'll take the time to go to an official visit. We'll take the time to go to, I don't know, an installation. If the district is holding a traveling gavel program, we'll take the time to do that. All of that stuff is really important and valuable, but that doesn't mean that on a random Tuesday night you can't go and visit another lodge. You know, that doesn't mean you can't organize a fun trip just for fun, just for the sake of it. And in fact, in some cases, I find those are the most enjoyable types of visits. Going on a visit that's an official visit, official meeting, yeah, they're a lot of fun, but sometimes they can be incredibly formal, right? There are a lot of formal toasts and speeches and comments and whatever else it might be, and that can get a very long night. Going to a lodge that doesn't have anything special planned, that's just hanging out, having fun, going to engage in a relatively short meeting, those can be really enjoyable because once it's all done, you can still you hang out with the guys afterwards, you get some food, you're not getting home crazy late. Maybe you're traveling a little bit and they have something special in the community you can stop off at. You can stop off at a bar or a restaurant. It's a little thing, but believe me, thinking everything has to be some big formal affair, the informal, fun part of Freemasonry sometimes gets put on the back burner. And those are the things that, at least in my experience, will help keep a lodge functioning well. So keep that in mind as well. We do not want to take over the world. We're too busy trying to keep our lodges going to take over the world. So those visits are incredibly fun. Conducting a lodge survey. Conducting a lodge survey for the purpose of determining the views of the membership on the operations and activities of the lodge. Primarily this is going to be sent out through email or mail because most lodges, in my experience, are getting 10 to 15% average attendance. So it's very hard to imagine a lodge survey being successful if it's exclusive with those who are attending. But lodge surveys can be great forms of education as to how the members feel about the lodge, what the members feel the lodge is missing, what the members want to see from the lodge. They're a really good tool to use. It can be a way and an excuse to create contact with quote unquote rusty Masons. And if you're already sending out a summons anyways, sending out a 1-page survey is not a bad idea. It's relatively easy to create. I would say just be careful that you don't create a survey that's so long, brethren lose interest in filling it out. We are super busy right now within Freemasonry, just within world. People working multiple jobs, multiple family commitments. You send them a 5-page survey, I don't think you're going to get it back. But 1 page, more likely. Even 4 or 5 questions, and that's it. It's not going to hurt anything. No, BC, we don't drink human blood. You've been looking at way too much nonsense on social media. Participate in a district-initiated visitation program. This can be, amongst other things, traveling gavel program. Windsor Lodge is the last lodge to ever receive the traveling gavel program. Traveling gavel in our district, that's not to say it won't come back. We may have traveling gavel again next year or the year after or something similar, who knows. They're really fun. Basically, what a traveling gavel program is, your lodge travels to different meetings, and every time it attends a meeting, there's a record of the number of visiting brethren from Windsor Lodge 403 or Harmony 579. At the end of the year, the number of visitors from different lodges is counted up. The lodge that sent out the most visiting brethren will get some type of award or designation. No, nobody drinks blood, BC. I don't believe in that stuff. So this is Major Standard 9. Ultimately, Cornerstone states here, attendance requirements are whatever your district rules are to participate. This may also include attending an official visit or installation. I really appreciate this major standard because it gives autonomy to the district to make up its own rules, what it wants to see from a district visitation program, which I think is a very good thing. So yeah, I think that's really cool to note. Participate in a Masonic child identification program. Now, this is called different things at different locations. Not every jurisdiction has this. It's sometimes called the Masonic chip program. They were trying to avoid that terminology because people hear it and think we're putting chips into children, like computer chips, which we're not. The Masonic Child Identification Program, or whatever similar programs there are, it's a really cool thing. Basically, Masons get together, and every Mason who is involved in this has to have a criminal record check, which I do. And I need to get some food. Talking all the time is hard, for the record. Or Cheerios, in case you're curious. And this could take place at a mall. This could take place at a hip-hop music festival. We've done it. This could take place a variety of different locations in the public. And parents can come up, guardians. They have to give permission in advance, obviously. And we in Freemasonry will create Masonic child identification packages. These packages will be both on paper and digital. It will include fingerprints of the child. It will include voice recordings. It will include the necessary information, pictures, tombstone information. All of that stuff is put together and collected in a package and then is given to the family, the parents, the guardians of the child. Or it could be done for someone who's older, who's suffering from dementia or at risk of wandering off. You see that as well. And what happens is the guardians keep a hold of this information package. And if, heaven forbid, knock on wood, the child goes missing, wanders off, runs away, or the older person, same thing, goes missing, wanders off, the guardians have a package they can give to the police immediately. So they've already got the child's fingerprints. They've already got the information that's relevant. They've already got the pictures. They're not running around trying to gather that stuff while, time is a-wasting and the police need to start looking right away. So it's a safety thing to know in advance, hey, we have this information, we have these packages, we have these items, and we know if there's ever an emergency, the police will get them right away. Because, for example, you need to, let's say your child, heaven forbid, is kidnapped and the police need to get a copy of their fingerprints ASAP so they can start searching. Are you going to be running around the kid's room looking for things they may have touched so that the police can get fingerprints? Or will you already have a electronic and physical copy of the fingerprints that you can give right to the police? that might save an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and that might be all the difference, right? Or an older person who wanders off, maybe it's cold outside. Are you going to be wasting time trying to get a picture that you can give to the police, or do you already have a picture that you can give to them right away? If it's cold out and you need that picture out ASAP, that could be all the difference between a successful or a happy ending and, the older person succumbing to the elements. So these Masonic events are incredibly important. I'm very proud last year of the work I did in promoting the Masonic Chip program. I took part in a Masonic Chip event at the Windsor Hip Hop Festival. I took part in a training session in Essex, and I also really enjoyed and was grateful for the opportunity to take part in a program through the Community Services Fair, where we actually had the Masonic Child Identification Program meeting with police, meeting with fire crews, meeting with fire departments in order to learn more about this program, what it is, how it operates. It's especially important that police know about it, because if the Windsor Police or any police department is called into a situation where a child has gone missing and the parents say, we have a Masonic chip package, to know that so the police know exactly what it is. I think that's a really good thing and a really helpful thing. At least 4 members of the lodge must participate to qualify in the program as well. No, Freemasonry is not satanic, and we're not putting in any microchips into kids. Clearly, BC, you have not been listening at all, which is fine. You don't have to listen, but there you go. I am not a member of any French-speaking lodges, consider yourself, but I am, there are French-speaking lodges, and I have tried, because we have many French speakers in my lodge, when possible, to communicate in English and French with my summons and through translation. And also, you'll notice many of my videos have both English and French. When I can, I'll include both English and French in the description, in the title, with the thumbnails, or with the hashtags. Top cops are not Freemasons, BC. I've known some police officers who are Freemasons and some who aren't. So it just depends. All right. So, I am very proud of the work I did with the Masonic Child Identification Program this year, and I hope to see more of it in Essex County. Major Standard 411. And keep in mind, to do it, you need to have a criminal record check, and you need to know you don't keep any of the records. It all goes to the lodge. It all goes, to the family, to the guardians. None of it is kept by the Masons. Participate in at least 3 blood donor clinics. At least 3 members of the lodge participate in 3 different blood donor clinics over the course of 2-year cycle. Not the same members, not the same clinics. So it can be a total of 9 or more. Taking part in blood donation, I think, is a really valuable thing. I'm a big believer in blood donation. I'm a big believer in organ donation. When I did my community services fair, we had Canadian Blood Services present, as well as the Kidney Foundation. We're going to have Gift of Life, but they couldn't make it. I'm not telling anybody what to do. I guess I am. I think if you can donate blood, you should. Talk to your doctor. I also think you should always have your organ donation status updated. It's clear in my will, on my identification, I am an organ donor. And you can consider, if you want, being a living organ donor. I am in the process right now of potentially donating my my kidney as being a living organ donor. We're still going through the process. There's a lot to go through, so I don't know for sure if it'll be happening or not. There's a lot of testing that needs to be done, but I'm working on it. And I will say it's a very interesting process. The doctors that are helping me are very concerned with my health and my well-being, um, and are working hard to make sure I'm okay. Oh, BC. I'll keep you on for now, but you're full of baloney, and you're clearly a dumb person. I was just in South Africa, Shabu. I'm gonna call you that, I guess. I loved it. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful country. I wrote about me being in South Africa on my Medium page and Freemasonry in South Africa, which is a fascinating history. Um, I mean, the first lodge in actually, sorry, what's Eastern Cape? I saw Cape, I thought Cape Town. Is Eastern Cape Cape Town? Like the first lodge in Cape Town, and I believe in all of South Africa, was Lodge of Good Hope, which is a beautiful building, by the way. So if you're a Mason, be a blood donor. It doesn't say it here, but I'm willing to bet that they would accept blood donation or plasma donation. Many cases, like for a long time here in Windsor, they did not have a blood donor clinic. They just had a plasma donation clinic. Now they're back to accepting blood donations as well. So we as Freemasons should be doing that. Increasing lodge attendance. Through its various efforts, the lodge has increased its average attendance at regularly scheduled lodge meetings. So this standard from the Cornerstone Program is exclusively for attendance at regularly scheduled lodge meetings and for members exclusively. It doesn't look at visitor attendance and it doesn't look at special meetings. In my opinion, I'm not a big fan of that. This is just me speaking personally. I think attendance needs to matter across the board. Getting a lot of visitors into lodge can be a wonderful thing and can help grow the lodge. And whether your attendance is at regular meetings or special meetings or emergent meetings, it's all equally important. It's all equally necessary. So I think one of the biggest mistakes that we make within Freemasonry is we should focus on all of it. But in this case, it's about regular meetings, so non-emergent meetings and regular members. But still, I was proud to say Windsor Lodge did increase its membership within the last 2 years, from before the last 2 years. So basically, from 2023 to 2026, Windsor Lodge increased its average membership by 6%. I was really proud of that, and that's a testament to the hard work of a lot of brethren. You can be a Freemason and you can be a true Catholic. I know many Freemasons who are Catholics. 80% of entered apprentices progress to Master Masons within 2 years. This is trying to encourage entered apprentices to advance through the degrees. Now, I will say, I do think the emphasis on becoming a Master Mason can be a little bit overdone. This is not unique to Ontario, by the way, when I say that. You can be a good Freemason. You can be a dedicated Freemason. You can do things like give older Masons a ride to the lodge, a ride from the lodge, check in on older Masons. You can volunteer to clean up the lodge, volunteer at events, volunteer at social functions. In Ontario, take part in meetings, vote, whatever it might be. You can do all of that as an entered apprentice. What you can't do is take offices or vote in Grand Lodge. But you can do all of that as an entered apprentice, and those are really important. And I'd rather an active entered apprentice than an inactive Master Mason. And I think most people would agree with that. But having said that, if you are advancing Masons through the 3 degrees, it at least shows that you're an active, busy lodge, which is a good thing. There are many Freemasons in South America. Freemasonry in South America is incredible. It's one of the coolest things in the world. I attend a lot of meetings per month. I don't even know how many. We're talking about, I don't know, 15, 20 at a minimum. I'm cutting back a bit because I was so burnt out, but... And then initiates retain membership for a minimum of 5 years. What you need to do is make sure that any initiates you have been Master Masons for at least 5 years, or membership for at least 5 years. Again, the focus on this standard is on retaining membership at the Master Mason level, which I think misses the mark. Any membership is better than no membership. It was incredible. I've been to Rio de Janeiro, so Brazil, and I've been to Colombia, and both trips were absolutely incredible and absolutely amazing. I loved it. Uh, Colombia, especially, beautiful. Really cool people. I really enjoyed it. Um, and beautiful Masonic buildings. Like, genuinely, some of the most beautiful Masonic buildings I've ever seen was in Colombia. Hello, Radioactive. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Hello, T-Bone. There are no satanic rituals in the 33rd degree. I don't want to be a 33rd because I'm busy doing this. There's only so much time I have to dedicate to Freemasonry. I have to decide where my energies are best directed. And I think my energies are best directed at the craft lodge level and at square and compass promotions, more so than trying to get additional degrees in Scottish Rite. Maybe one day I'll look at going up to my 32nd degree. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what secrets you're seeing, Shabu. I also don't know what it means to have a family claim. You cannot use a family claim to become a Freemason. If you want to be a Freemason, you need to approach the lodge, express your interest in joining, and go through an application process. And that would be true whether you have been a Freemason, whether your dad and your grandfather and great grandfather and great 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 grandfather were Freemasons, or whether no one else in your family has ever been a Freemason. Um, Thank you, Radioactive. It's great to have you from India. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. I don't know what you mean by control charity shops. I mean, some Masonic lodges may have in their building shops of different sorts. Like, I know there are some lodges which have, they meet on the second floor, like they own a building, they meet on the second floor, and on the first floor of the building, they have some type of shop or whatever. Sometimes a secondhand store in I can't think of the name of it now. In Goderich, they had a music store. So it just depends on the lodge itself and um, the building itself and what they choose to do. We don't control the stores; they would be our tenants. Um, Zombie, we agreed never to discuss that again, but welcome nonetheless. Please hit like and subscribe. I would be much obliged. I've never been to New Zealand, but I'd love to go there. I think it would be incredible. Um, Hello, Rusty Nails. Thank you for being here as well. Maybe. I mean, I would be interested in being part of the shrine at some point. My focus right now is just on, again, this and Blue Lodge because everybody has to decide for themselves how they want to support Freemasonry. I do think we need to start and focus, much more so on our Blue Lodge than the rites. If there's no craft lodge, if there's no first 3 degrees, all of Freemasonry falls apart, right? So we need to keep that in mind. It is, I mean, people may become a Freemason because they think it's a cheat hack and they think it'll boost their political career. It won't. Anybody who tells you that becoming a Freemason gets you political power or political influence is scamming you and is lying to you. Um, well, BC, it might not. Things change. I hope Freemasonry is around for another 500 years, but I guess we'll see. What I would suggest for you, BC, though, is worry about focusing on your own life and not trying to tear things down that others care about. Um, that sounds like a very bad joke, Shub. Um, all right. Then the last set of Cornerstone requirements or standards are the basic standards. There are 16 of these standards altogether, and you need 6 of them. Freemasonry controls no one. Freemasonry has nothing to do with control. So the basic standards are invite and host another lodge, host a social event for ladies or widows, recognize Masons, support local youth groups, assist shut-ins and widows, conduct a Rusty Mason event, honor new lodge members or new Master Masons, attend a religious service, program with proper protocol and etiquette, hold a lodge of discussion, participate in a community event, hold an open house, attend a district event, past masters and wardens meeting, attend a Sankey lecture, create, maintain a lodge website or a social media group. What are you basing that on, BC? I mean, when you say financial districts, the Windsor Masonic Lodge is not located in a financial district. Not in Columbia, not in Texas. I mean, maybe Scottish Rite. Not in. I just don't know what you're basing that on, but I've not seen any evidence of that. Many Masonic buildings were located downtown once upon a time because downtown was the most convenient and easy spot to get to. If you are, trying to build a new Masonic building, you're going to try to build it in a place which is relatively equidistant for as many people as possible and that potentially has easy access. Downtown makes a lot more sense than rural communities. I don't think you're trolling, Shabu. I mean, it is a brotherhood of gentlemen, but it's also just a brotherhood, period. There's also a brotherhood of women. There's the Order of Women Freemasons, for example. So invite, host another lodge, must be a lodge initiative. Again, in the same way, you don't have to wait for the district to organize a special event to encourage you to go visit another lodge. In much the same way, you don't have to, wait for a lodge to approach you to welcome them. Invite them for a special event. Invite them for a celebration. Invite them for a meeting. Invite them just because. You wouldn't think to yourself, I need an excuse to hang out with my friends. In the same way, don't ever think to yourself, I need an excuse to hang out with my Masonic brothers. Just enjoy their company. And don't also think exclusively as being a Masonic meeting. Organize a softball game and invite them to that, just like we're doing in Windsor Lodge 403. And invite multiple lodges, right? Host multiple lodges to a barbecue, to a celebration, to a special event. All that stuff matters, and it's really important. I don't think we're that secretive, BC. I'm right here talking about it right now. How secretive could it be? Host a social event for ladies and widows. We did this in Windsor Lodge this year. It was a very well attended event. I think it's easy sometimes to forget about how important women, the ladies and widows are to our Masonic lodges and Masonic experience. One thing I've talked about in the past, and it's really important, I've said this as it relates to funerals, but I think that this could apply just as much and just as well to a ladies' night. We have a very finite amount of time here on earth, as much as we like to think otherwise. Every hour that a Mason spends with his family is an hour. Every hour a Mason spends in lodge is an hour he's not spending with his wife, with his kids. And when he passes away, there's no more hours he can spend with them. So when he comes to lodge, he is giving of his time, and he's not just giving of his time, he's giving of the time he could spend with his wife, with his, whomever, to be with us. So a ladies' night is a great way for us as Freemasons and as a lodge to say thank you to the ladies, thank you to the wives, to the girlfriends, to the widows if the brother's no longer around. Thank you for allowing your husband, your boyfriend, to spend your partner to spend some of the time that he could be spending with you to be spending it with us. And that's why even if you, let's say, aren't married, you don't have a lady to bring to ladies' night, That's why it's still worth it as a Freemason for you to support these initiatives and even go out to it. Because it's you saying to your brother's wife or girlfriend or partner, you know, thank you for allowing your husband to spend time with me in Lodge in this thing we're doing called Freemasonry. I think that's ultimately the goal of a ladies' night, or for that matter, the goal of a toast to the ladies. So, which you see at very many Masonic events. Um, Recognizing Masons. So, when you're recognizing a Mason in a Masonic Lodge meeting, there are a variety of ways to do this. First of all, I don't believe, and at no point does it say here in this workbook, that recognizing a Mason, you have to recognize exclusively a Mason that's still alive. You can recognize a Mason that's passed to the Grand Lodge above, it's called. You know, have your historian, and Windsor Lodge did this dozens of times throughout the years, and I think it's a really cool thing. Within the Masonic Lodge, get up and mention a brother who's passed away. Maybe he's a brother that you knew, maybe he's one that you didn't, but maybe, you learned about him somehow. Mention his name, mention his Masonic dates, mention why he was important in the lodge, mention some cool things about him. Ask a brother that, who did know him, what can you tell me about John Smith, about Jim Smith, about whomever it is? What can you tell me about him? What type of man was he? What did he enjoy? What were some of his eccentricities? Do a presentation about that. That's a great way to recognize and honor a Mason. I don't care if he's alive or dead, he's still a Mason. And we could still honor him. You can do something, it can be an hour-long presentation, it can be a 5-minute presentation. Another great way to do it is the presentation of the past master's jewel, right? That's something that we do in emulation ritual. No, BC, that's a dumb thing. Some Freemasons are Jewish. The majority are not. But Freemasons welcome men of all different faiths, backgrounds, and beliefs, Jewish or otherwise. So, you can do it. I think past masters' jewels provide and present excellent opportunities for us to, within Freemasonry, thank you for the hearts. Oh, thank you for the glasses, to learn more about our brethren. And again, I also think a past master's jewel presentation is actually a really good opportunity to recognize a Mason. So, French, well, thank you for being here, Alex. I appreciate it very much. I've done my best to communicate sometimes in French in writing. I can't speak French, but I have some different translation services where I can provide information in both English and French. And I try to do that when I can. Thank you, Butterscotch, for the rainbow glasses. Also, please don't forget to like and subscribe. I would truly appreciate it. Supporting local youth groups. We in Freemasonry have 2 incredible youth groups, actually 3 if I want to count Job's Daughters, but I'm speaking from the Ontario perspective. Rainbow and Demolay. Rainbow for young women, Demolay for young men. Our youth groups are incredibly important parts of our Masonic experience and are incredibly important parts of what it is to be a Freemason. So supporting those youth groups is important. One of the best things you can do, thank you for the chili, is spend a few moments, before a meeting starts, invite your youth groups to come in and talk about what they do. Have them do a presentation, have them do a special celebration, have them do a discussion on what it means to be a member of the International Order of Rainbow for Girls, or DMOLA. It's a really cool thing. It's a kind of a value-added thing, and it's a chance to learn more about Freemasonry, and it's really worth doing. It doesn't take a lot of time, and it's really fun. So I hope you guys will consider doing that. I did that when I was Worshipful Master of Windsor Lodge, which I loved. And so, yeah. The only French words I know besides bonjour are ami and merci. Audible, Veracity, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please hit like and subscribe if you're new. Bob, I don't know if you've seen, but on some of my more recent live stream descriptions, I've actually included both English and French in the description and in the tags. I don't know. I like to think I have cognitive value. I've never heard it described that way. That's an interesting way to describe it, but I'll take it. Thank you for being here. So, supporting local youth groups is incredibly important. That's a good way to do it. And also, consider supporting the rainbow financially as well. It's not a bad way to go. Assisting shut ins and widows. This is another one of the standards. Shut in could be, it could be the same. So, you may have a Masonic widow who is also a shut in. You may have a Masonic brother who's a shut in due to health reasons. Some great things to do is, especially a lot of lodges every Christmas will organize visitations to go see them, to deliver flowers or cookies or both. That's a very common Christmas or holiday thing to do. But don't just wait for the holidays. Give a call and, offer to mow their lawn, offer to pick up groceries for them. Offer them just assistance, however it is that you can do so. Remind them that you're still thinking of them. I will say, I think a lot of Masonic lodges, including Windsor, was a shut-in is somebody who can't leave the house or has great difficulty leaving the house due to a combination of social and medical factors. Um, I will say Windsor Lodge, I think, was incredibly good at assisting shut-ins and widows during the COVID pandemic when we had the requirements to isolate. Um, for very many brethren who were older and immunocompromised, who were afraid to or could not leave the house, I think we in Windsor Lodge, as well as in my other lodge, Harmony, really stepped up. We delivered at Christmas time. We actually delivered personalized. Actually, hold on just 1 second. I wonder if I got it here. I'll be back. I'll be back just 1 sec. I'm going to see if I can find it now to show you. I'm not going too far, I promise. I'm still here. I just got to figure out where I put this thing. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know it's somewhere. Not here. I got so much stuff, which I guess I should view as a good thing, but it makes it hard to find stuff when I need it. And I don't have a decent organizational, I don't have a decent organizational standard either. Still looking. Oh, here it is. So I'm back. So during COVID, during Christmas, we delivered to all of the Masons, period, but including widows and shut-ins, these homemade Christmas stockings. I really took a lot of pride in doing that. I thought that was really, really cool. We also delivered hand sanitizer to them at the start of the pandemic. I know a few brothers offered to go grocery shopping because a lot of people became shut-ins because they were immunocompromised or became afraid or while waiting for vaccinations or whatever it might be. So there you go. Well, light free, what I can tell you is I'm happy to talk about Freemasonry all day long, and here I am. All right. So there's lots of different ways to assist widows, assist shut-ins. Just let them know you haven't forgot about them, right? Conduct a Rusty Mason event. Rusty Mason refers to a Mason who hasn't been out to lodge for a while. I was just at a meeting in Detroit that was called a Rusty Nail Degree. Again, that term rust implying lack of use, lack of involvement. I think it is the case that a lot of Masons, if they've missed a lot of lodge meetings, can start to feel like they're not going to belong back in Lodge. They're going to feel like I don't remember the whatever it is I'm supposed to remember. I don't remember the modes of recognition, the signs, the protocols. Will I be welcomed back into Lodge? Holding a special event, I think a Rusty Nail in Michigan is a great example of that. Where basically it's an informal, fun, relaxed setting where you can take your brethren through the different degrees, help them remember, what they need to know, learn what they need to know. Those are really valuable things to do, and I'd recommend every Mason consider doing so. Um, it helps them relax, feel comfortable, and it may result in them being more likely to show up in Lodge once again. Um, well, I don't think we're Care Bears. We're just human beings trying our best, right? What else can I say? Um, I can speak from my experiences as being a Mason for 20 years. And if you ever want to know more and you say the Masons in your area don't advertise, go knock on the door and ask to talk to them, right? Why not just do that? I'm very sorry that you got abused, Shabu. That sucks. Sometimes it's a matter of no good deed goes unpunished, but you should still do good deeds anyways. Honoring new lodge members or master masons, that's another standard. I did this when I was worshipful master of my lodge. I was really proud of that, the work I put in to honor new masons. I thought we did a really great job. We did banquets and celebrations for them. So I thought that was really, really cool. And it's not hard to do, but it's a lot of fun. I'll be back in one more second. I got to make sure I plug my phone in. Give me one moment. I'll be back. I got to create a makeshift. Phone charging station. I keep meaning and failing to actually get like a proper phone charging station for when I'm live streaming. If you guys want to help me out with that, by all means, please consider giving me a super chat so I can actually buy a real charging stand and not use a cardboard box. Which, don't get me wrong, it works great, but not the most professional setup in the world. That's for sure. The cost is your time and your effort and your dedication. That's it. And I mean, there's a financial cost, right? It costs anywhere from, at the minimum, $25 a year. Some lodges, it's as much as $500. It just depends on how the lodge is doing financially and what the dues it charges are. Nope, that is not the answer, Light Free. And it's not the answer, but you're just being silly. Which is fine. Silly people get to be on YouTube as well. If not for silly people, my audience would drop in half. All right, guys, I'm going to try to set up my phone right now so it can keep charging. Let's see how I do. It's hard to charge your phone while live streaming. I say that, it's actually not. They have all sorts of charging stands. I just have never got around to buying one yet. At least buying a decent one. All right. If this falls... Okay. There we go. All right, we are charging once again. So, Cornerstone Program education pillar, honoring new lodge members or new master masons, an incredibly important part of the craft. There's lots of ways to do it, big or small. Attending a religious service. We in Freemasonry have the divine service very often. We had one of those this year in Windsor, and it was Essex County, I should say. It was very well attended, and it was an absolute blast. I am going to say this. I would like to see us do more interfaith divine services across the district, including, and not limited to, for example, like the Muslim faith. I don't think we spend enough time focusing on other faiths. Now, that's not the case for everybody. Just for the record, there are some districts, especially in Toronto, that do a great job, celebrating the faiths of all its members, be they Muslim, Christian, Jewish, whatever it might be. I think we in Freemasonry need to do a better job of that in general. Program with proper protocol and etiquettes. A great way to do this is Robbie Burns nights, special events like that. Holding a lodge of discussion. So lodges of discussion are opportunities to discuss, right? Obviously, issues, concerns, problems that the lodge is facing. It doesn't have to be exclusively, or shouldn't be exclusively, some type of lodge business. Like, it shouldn't just be, how much should we increase dues? But it can be, what are the benefits and drawbacks of increasing versus lowering dues, right? So when you're thinking about what a lodge discussion is, make sure it's focused on something beyond the basics of business and administration, because that's really, in my opinion, for a past masters and officers meeting, or even a long-range planning or a L-form report. It's not really a lodge discussion. Lodges of discussion need to be more than that. They need to be more about the general principles on which we in Freemasonry are operating, or our lodges are operating. And you can have more than one, right? You can have lodges of discussion several times. We in Windsor had at least 2, maybe 3. It depends how you want to define it. But we had at least 2 lodges of discussion in the last 2 years. A great one also is going through and discussing what are the responsibilities of a Freemason, and then reviewing those, whether it be the financial responsibilities like paying your dues, whether it be the assumed responsibilities of an office, through review of the relevant book, but also a discussion on what do people think of those responsibilities. Do people think they are too significant, not significant enough? How do we deal with these responsibilities in 2026 when everybody is so swamped and so busy? Is it still fair to expect the same responsibilities of Freemasons in 2026 when they've changed so much, and so much of society has changed compared to 1926? Thank you, Pasta. I do appreciate that very much. Let's see, hold a lodge of discussion. So beyond that, participate in a community event. It could be display booth at festival or fair, a float in a parade, laying a wreath, manning the Salvation Army Christmas kettles, community open doors event. Open doors is an awesome event. Highway cleanup, parking control, manning gates at local fair. This is a great way to get the lodge in front of the public. I also think lodges can organize their own community fairs, community services fairs, festivals. If you have a building and it's big enough and it's large enough, that's a really great opportunity to organize a community event. Unfortunately, Freemasonry and the relevance of Freemasonry is going to be dependent, at least in part, on how relevant it is to the communities in which it's located. And that relevance is going to be based on a relationship, and is going to be based on how often the lodge is seen. If you're part of a community and you're seeing a Masonic Lodge at every single community event, festival, fair, parade, Freemasonry is going to seem relevant to you, and it's going to seem important to you. And because of that, you're more likely to consider joining, or at least have a positive view of Freemasonry. So, also, Remembrance Day observations and services are really, really valuable, and they're relatively easy events to take part in. Usually the jurisdictions, the municipalities holding these events want community involvement, whether it be from the Masons, Knights of Columbus, Elks, Moose, or anything else. So I would recommend that can be very valuable way to go about it. Holding an open house, welcoming members of the community to the lodge facilities. Those are really valuable things to do. People love our buildings. They want to see inside of them. Many of them are historical in nature. They're not that hard to organize either. I've organized several. The biggest thing to organize when it comes to an open house is having the proper insurance for visitors and having enough tour guides. Attend a district past masters and wardens meeting. Note district. Very often lodges will hold PMO meetings, but that doesn't count. Another good example is the ECDMA can be a great, or district association meetings can be excellent resources as well. Or attend a lecture. Attend the Sankey lecture, attend a virtual lecture. I will be back in a moment because I have to go to the washroom like crazy. I'm just giving you guys my wonderful co-host, the Moose. Be nice to him. I'll be back in a moment. Please hit like and subscribe. Oops, I'm back. So this could be, when I say the Sankey lecture, it's basically an online lecture, or an in-person lecture, excuse me, as well. It's live streamed. It is a really awesome lecture, a really cool thing to talk about and to review. You just want to make sure ultimately that you are taking part in things, that you're part of things. Now, I'm a big believer that even if you do something in the lodge and it's not, you don't quite know where to fit it in the Cornerstone report, don't ignore it. Don't not report it. You can and you should still report it. Just make sure that like do a cover letter like I did and mention, hey, just so you know, yes, we also in the lodge did these things. It could be created a special piece of memorabilia or merchandise that we hand out to all visitors, and we're going to send one to the Cornerstone designation as well. We start every meeting, or we implemented breathing exercises and meditation at the start of every meeting. We have held a special event for National Indigenous History Month, where we served traditional First Nations food. we did something special for National Accessibility Week 2025, 2026, where we went through our building and audited it to figure out what areas it is properly accessible in, which areas are inaccessible, and how we can make the entire Masonic experience accessible. Who knows? We have started trying to include communications in multiple languages, representing the mother tongues of all of our membership. I mean, who knows what else, right? Those are just a few examples I've given. I think sometimes we have this idea within Freemasonry that if the Grand Lodge has a program and the program lists these 30 standards, we have to make sure that we comply within those standards, and anything outside of those standards we don't need to mention at all. And that's just not the case. Everything that we do, whether it fits neatly into a standard or not, I believe is cool, and I believe needs to be referenced and needs to be celebrated. And Cornerstone is a great opportunity to do that. So write down on your cover letter, if you're sending this in Ontario, anything you can think of that's not maybe directly related to the Cornerstone standard, but nonetheless has been implemented in your lodge and has resulted in a successful or a more enjoyable lodge experience. You can also create and maintain a lodge website. Windsor Lodge still has one, windsor43.com, and you can create and maintain a lodge social media group. Just making sure that it is properly secure. Social media can be a double-edged sword, so you need to be really careful about those, but they are also valuable. I'm a pretty active member of the Essex County District Facebook group. Without a question, I think that provides a great deal of value to our Masonic experience altogether, and I really enjoy being a part of it. Would I say Freemasonry is about the deep study of occultism? I would not. I think Freemasonry ultimately is about trying to have a good life here on earth, support people, support our brothers. Ultimately, what it's about, I've said this before, it's about fulfilling the human desire to be part of something bigger than yourself, to be part of something greater than yourself, to be with other people. I'm a big believer in that. All right, my cat wants some food. I'll be back in one more moment. My poor cat is hungry. Gotta feed him. I mean, I don't think it's occultism. I think some people can think it's occult. But that's just a misunderstanding of what Freemasonry is. Which is fine, by the way. People, I guess, get to misunderstand what Freemasonry is all they want. The problem is when they misunderstand it and then feel like because they take these misunderstandings and they start to put them on social media and other people see these misunderstandings and believe they're legitimate. And next thing you know, you're dealing with that, which believe me is a pain in the butt because people then start to accuse Freemasons of doing things they're not doing. They start to threaten Freemasons. And it becomes a very big problem. So there is that as well. We have our ciphers, right? So it is the secret stuff, but you have to meet with another Mason to be able to decipher the cipher. So Cornerstone, again, that's a program that's unique to Ontario, but that's not to say that aren't other programs that's not to say that there aren't similar programs in other jurisdictions. One of my favorite Masonic jurisdictions in the world, I've talked about this before, is Illinois. I think it's an incredible place. They have, and I just posted it, They have a Grand Masters Award of Excellency, which Illinois Masons can apply for by June 30th. It's a way to get your lodge recognized. You are given a list of activities for the Grand Masters Award of Excellence, the recognition program that honors Illinois lodges going above and beyond in growing membership, serving their communities, and living out the value of the fraternity. If you think the lodge qualifies, talk to the Worshipful Master. Check out the link in the comments. Let's do that. Thank you, Shabu. I much appreciate it. So this is, okay, oops, there's a lot of pages. But this goes through all the requirements in Illinois Freemasonry. Grand Master's Award of Excellence, highest award attainable by a lodge in the grand jurisdiction, designed to recognize active lodges successfully executing the priorities of Illinois Freemasonry, membership engagement, encouraging learning and development, promoting visibility in the local community, and delivering charitable service in partnership with Illinois Masonic Charities programs. Teamwork amongst the lodge members to earn an award provides an opportunity to pool their talents, strength, and resources towards earning greater points, accumulating higher award levels. Oops. So gold award, 48 points or greater. Silver award, 33 to 47, and bronze, 13 to 32. That's if your lodge is 80 or greater. To receive an award, the lodge must submit the required GMAE, Grand Masters Award of Excellence score sheet to the area deputy Grand Master by July 15th, 2026. The submitted documents must contain the signature of the Worshipful Master and Secretary of the Lodge. Where applicable, the signature of the District Deputy Grand Master or Ritual Instructor is also required. So, lodge activities, categories, and points. Lodge members raised. Every time you raise a member, if you get 3 to 5 members raised, you get 1 point. Everything above 5, you get an additional point. Outstanding degree work, work in progress, membership retention, invitation to petition program, installation of lodge officers. You get 1 point for dinner and refreshment before or after the ceremony. You get a member who learns and performs installing officers' work for the first time is worth 2 points. A member learns and performs the installing chaplain's work for the first time is 1 point. A member learns and performs the Paul Revere charge is 1 point as well. Masonic funerals. A lodge member learns and performs the Masonic funeral ceremony. Lodge dinner meetings. They have special types of dinner meetings with toasts, banquets, things like that. You can get a maximum of 2 points. Lodge meeting educational programs. For the DDGM's official visit, all elected and appointed lodge officers must be present. The lodge will officially receive the District Deputy Grand Master per the standard ritual work for the reception of the Right Worshipful District Deputy Grand Master, the IMCAP Bikes for Books program, which is a really cool charity that supports literacy amongst children and schools, just supports education in general. Having attendance at a workshop, you see that also with Ontario. Lodge officer development workshops, schools of instructions, grand lecturer ritual schools of instructions. All of these types of schools of instructions or workshops or district events are paralleled in our Cornerstone programs. And lodge officers' proficiency in standard ritual work. Degree conferral at another lodge. Lodge visitation. 5 voting members. It's interesting they say 5 voting members and not 5 senior officers of a lodge must participate in the visitation to Lodge B. The lodge meeting will be opened under the charter of Lodge B. The visiting group must consist of 3 elected officers. plus 2 additional lodge voting members. The report documenting the lodge visitation, including the date of the visit, the name and number of the lodge visited, and the names of all voting members from Lodge A in attendance is required. St. John's Day observance, June 24th or December 27th, conducting an event or attending religious service on that day. That's worth 1 point. Grand Secretary's workshop attendance is worth 1 point. Grand Lodge Town Hall meeting is worth 1 point as well. Charity for a member and or his widow. Notice again the emphasis on assisting shut-ins and brethren who are struggling or widows. Lodge widows communications, keeping in touch with widows. Communicating with the widow, again, it can be giving them one of those special Masonic Christmas stockings, sending them cookies or flowers, or just calling for a chat. But having a committee is incredibly important. Hold an IMFID event, an Illinois Masonic Family Identification Program. Again, this is similar to the Masonic Child Identification Program. Illinois Masonic Academic Bowl, coins for children's charity. The Lodge participates in this Illinois Masonic Charities Program and provides financial support to youth 18 years or younger, holding a dinner or donation of $100 or more. Lodge Scholarship Program, Illinois Masonic Charities Fund contribution. First $1 per member contribution is 1 point. Second $1 per member contribution is 1 point. Grand Lodges Charities Golf Outing, Lodge Veterans and First Responders Dinner. I actually had the chance, and I was really disappointed. I had the chance to visit one of those first responders dinners in Illinois, and I did not get the chance to go. But I think it's really cool that one thing that we do in Illinois Freemasonry, or that they do in Illinois Freemasonry, is support and celebrate first responders. Again, it goes back to this idea of relevance equals relationship. Are we taking the time to get to know the people in our communities that serve our communities? Are we showing to them our appreciation and our support? And are we, in that same manner, relying on that, or not relying on that, but using that relationship to help grow Freemasonry and to keep Freemasonry safe? I want to have a good relationship with police and fire, because if there is ever a fire in one of our buildings, I want to have that pre-existing relationship. Not because I expect the police to treat us any differently than anybody else or fire, but let's say, for example, let's use the Windsor Masonic Temple as an example. It is a very old, historic building with a lot of unique designs to it, a lot of unique rooms. It's not like we have what's called a blue room and a red room. If there is some type of fire, I want to know that the fire services have toured our building or been inside of our building and know how to get around and know where. If I say there's a fire in the blue room, I want to make sure the first responders know where the fire is. So having that connection is incredibly important. And so one way to do it is have a first responders dinner for them, as well as your veterans as well. Lodge Community Blood Drive, again, blood donation. You saw that with the Cornerstone as well. It could also include plasma. I don't see why not. I also think we're talking about blood donation, having a drive to encourage members to donate organs. Maybe it's not officially in there, but that doesn't mean it's not valuable. Masonic Awareness Community Days program, that's just a community event. Lodge press release. 3 different articles about lodge activities occurring in the community published in the local newspaper or similar publications. Masonic youth group support, same thing, DeMolay, Rainbow, I think Job's Daughters as well. Non-Masonic youth organization sponsorship as well. Lodge degree work proficiency in standard ritual work. Reinstate lodge member from non-payment of dues. This is an interesting point. How often do we as Freemasons, when we see a brother, demit for non-payment of dues, do we just forget about them? Getting some food. This time of the time is tough. Now, does it hurt to actually contact them, ask them how they're doing, see if they need any help, if they need assistance, if they're interested in coming back? Sometimes it doesn't hurt in Freemasonry to be the bigger man. And if somebody's left your lodge, approach them, ask them why, and see how they're doing. You never know. I will be in a second. Don't worry. Andre explores it. And Grand Lodge Eureka Challenge. I don't know what that is, but I'd like to look into it. So, I think the point is whether you call it the Cornerstone Program, the Lodge Excellency Program, Hiram Award, whatever you call it, trying in our lodges to support these initiatives from Grand Lodge, even if you don't succeed, it's worth the effort, it's worth the attempt, and you never know. I'm not interested in smoking the Zaza. I have Mitsubishi. I like to think I have my own free will, but do Masons have their own free racing? I mean, I'm sure there are Masons who are race car drivers, none I know of, but I'm sure it exists. I've never heard of Masons holding a racing event, but that'd be fun. That'd certainly get you a Cornerstone designation. Well, Dominus Ferox, I can ask them to do that and see what they say, but my suspicion is I don't know how much success I'll have. But it's not a bad idea. Like I said, we should be open to anything. We should be willing to try anything. I truly, truly believe that. It doesn't mean everything's going to be a success, but that's okay. Not everything needs to be a success. Well, it can be both. I don't know what the necessarily difference would be between adrenaline and dopamine. Both can be valuable, right? Adrenaline gets you excited, dopamine makes you happy. I think you should try to maybe both if you can. Or you need a combination of things. Not every Masonic, I mean, some Masonic events are not going to be, um, are not going to be, not everything in Freemasonry is going to be super exciting and super fun. That's not how it works, right? Sometimes things are challenging. Sometimes things take time. Going to a lodge meeting, the purpose of which is to organize and prepare for an upcoming event, might mean you have to focus on who knows what, right? Paying the bills, budgets, cleaning the room, talking about plans, practice. That doesn't mean it's not fun, and that doesn't mean it's not enjoyable. So it's just up to you to understand that not everything needs to be full of adrenaline to be useful. Sometimes something can be very boring, but still very important. So there you go. That's my rant on that. I got that from a Stephen King book, but it's true. Got that from Tommy Knockers. Dopamine makes you smile. You want to be both. You want to be smiling and be alive. At least I'd hope so. I don't think you want to be alive and not smiling. No worries, contradictional. I mean, I'm pretty much done now with the main topic. I'm about just hanging out, answering questions. But sorry, I don't know anything about Washington Lodge number 17, at least not at the top of my head. The cornerstone, it's a symbol within Freemasonry, right? It's a symbolic of the start of your journey and a foundational stone. It's not really a philosophy per se. If you are the cornerstone of an organization, it means you're important to the organization, right? So I wouldn't call it a philosophy, I'd call it a symbol. Oh, that's really cool, Contradictional Gamer. Well, first of all, good on you for helping an old lady. That, kind of ties into what we were talking about with this idea of helping shut-ins and widows. So good for you on that. And thank you for telling her about my stream. I'm grateful. Maybe she'll check it out. Who knows? Or maybe her husband will check it out. So I'm truly, truly appreciative. Okay, well, it sucks that the husband passed away. I'm grateful that you were there to help her. And I'm sure she was grateful as well. So that's awesome to see. And yeah, I would hope that maybe she'll check it out. Who knows? Or tell others. Hey, Masons are full of charisma, let me tell you. We are as charismatic as it comes. I think maybe that's a good reminder of one of the things I do talk about in Freemasonry, which is, we should not be running around pushing, pushing ourselves on others or always talking about Freemasonry. That's going to drive people crazy and they're not going to enjoy it. But I think it's absolutely fair that if we get the opportunity, whatever reason, however it comes up, and we want to mention Freemasonry, there's nothing wrong with that. When I was in South Africa, I was staying next to a market. And one of the really cool things about that was I got the chance to meet people from all across Cape Town who came to this market. And every now and then I'd bring up Freemasonry to them. Seemed to really enjoy it. I don't think we should necessarily think about these things as there's a time and a place. I think any time and any place can be the right time to talk about Freemasonry if you want to, right? We're not an evangelical organization, nor should we be. So I'm not saying we should go around proselytizing to others, but if you want to talk about it, you should feel comfortable doing so anywhere. Yes, Dominus, I agree. And I think that's a good way to put it, formal. I do think, to its credit, the Cornerstone Program has found a very good balance between a formal process and a formalized process. A formal informal process. Formal events and fun events. It's promoting both, as well as administrative events, which you could argue is the third type. And I think it's found a pretty decent balance of trying to encourage all three. I mean, I do talk a lot about I do talk a lot about physical fitness and the importance that we as Freemasons have of being healthy. Because I'm doing a bit of a content marathon stream, I am going to be at least doing some streams that include me working out, both on this channel and my personal channel. Honestly, Andre, I do not know what NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, is. I mean, certainly when I hear that or when I read that, what I initially think of um, is the idea of language being used to communicate ideas. You think that's on the right approach? Hey, I don't disagree. You know, pool parties are fun. Um, DJing is fun. I took part last year in the Windsor Hip Hop Festival, and I hope to take part in it again. So that's a cool thing. I'll look into it, Dominus. That's really cool. And Andres, maybe I could do a really fun live stream about that at some point, or even an interview with a Mason about that. That could be really fun. Okay, I mean, it's not something that I've ever heard of. I suppose just hearing it, and again, knowing so little about it, um, like certainly Freemasonry has ritual. Ritual is meant to convey information and create bonds of brotherhood through that conveyance of information. Well, I definitely think we in Freemasonry could benefit a lot more from paying attention to things like customer service and how we as Freemasons can ensure that we are providing good customer service to others. Because in some sense, while Freemasonry does not have customers, Freemasonry does have interested parties. Um, and I think that's worth exploring, right? If you're a member of the public and you're interested in joining Freemasonry and you decide to contact a lodge to learn more about Freemasonry, either through their website or by approaching the building directly or by calling them, you are basically a customer at that point. And how we treat you is going to determine whether you move from customer to member or, in some sense, buy what we're selling in Freemasonry or not. Um, Sometimes we'll do boring stuff, Dominus, and sometimes that boring stuff can be incredibly valuable. But sometimes we do fun stuff. Maybe more fun stuff would be a good idea, though. I'm doing well, Handle 2510. How are you doing? I hope you'll take a moment to please hit the like button and the subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. Why? It sounds like a sisterhood. It sounds like a brotherhood to me. Boring stuff is okay too. Sometimes it's necessary. Right? Anybody who thinks it's not has never had to be part of an organization. Handle, that's good. I don't know if you're new to the stream or not. If you aren't new, forgive me for forgetting your name. But I hope you'll hit the like button and I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. And I hope that you are doing well. I will look into it. I mean, it sounds fascinating. Is it all connected to the Briggs Myers personality testing? Because it sounds a little bit similar to me. NLP models, natural language processing models, are artificial intelligence algorithms designed to understand, interpret, and generate human language. I've talked about AI a lot, or written about AI a lot, on Medium. Okay, well then you've changed. So if you got a new channel, please hit subscribe once again. Um, I'm now at over 4,070, getting closer and closer to 4,100. So let's see what we can do. And thank you, Locker. I appreciate that. I mean, Shabu, you sound like you're living quite the life. It sounds like it's a lot to me. I don't know if I could deal with fighting, trying to take down a top secret X, but your brotherhood sounds way more exciting than mine. But just because something's exciting doesn't always mean it's contributing. Keep that in mind. Well, then you are much smarter than me, Locker, because I do not. I mean, I'm trying to learn more about artificial intelligence because I think artificial intelligence is, in some ways, I mean, it's going to affect everything in the future. That includes Freemasonry. I actually wrote two stories about AI on Medium. I'll leave a link to them in the description to the video. So in these comments. So maybe you guys can check them out if you are so inclined. Who's Benjamin? Benjamin Franklin? He was a famous Freemason. I don't know a ton about him, but I was always impressed with his philosophy. Important Enlightenment era thinker. But Locker, that sounds really cool. Oh, Dominus with the jokes. Like one thing about AI is my suspicion is in about 100, in about, well, even right now, but in about 5, 10 years, the majority of people, when looking for information about Freemasonry, are going to, um, go to Grok or ChatGPT or Gemini and type in, tell me about Freemasonry. They're not going to rely on Google the way they did now or 20 years ago. And before that, it was you got in the phone book and called the Freemasons directly. Unless somebody in your inner circle was saying a bunch of nonsense. Anyways, Locker 001. Here's the story. I hope that you'll check it out. Medium.com. We asked AI about Freemasonry. Here's what it said. Any Freemasons that go to the promise that's not the case. Any Freemasons that go to the G20 summit, none that I know of. I mean, I don't know of any current heads of state in the G20 who are Freemasons. At least none I've ever heard of. Could members of their staff or volunteers in Davos or people involved in it in some way be Freemasons? Maybe. None that I've ever heard of, though. Again, this idea that Freemasonry is political or something is just not the case. So the idea that it'd be going to Davos, at least as Freemasons, is simply not the case. Sorry, Locker, I can't teach you how to summon because we don't summon in Freemasonry. I'm very sorry to disappoint. But check out my Medium article and then follow me on Medium. You can do so completely for free. So, if you get the chance. I mean, so Shabu, I'm not a fan of this person. So this is not me speaking about them in a quality way, or not me saying I can, support all the things that they've done. But one thing Andrew Tate did say that I really liked, for whatever it's worth, is he said, whether you are rich or poor, the personality will determine how you live and how happy you are. And I think that's true. You can have $1 million in the bank, but if you're a miserable person, you're a miserable person. You can have $10 in the bank and be the coolest person in the room. It's how you act, not the money in your bank account. And Freemasonry understands that as well. Yes, not a fan of his as a general rule, but everybody, even people like him, can say something correct sometimes. In that case, Locker, you got to join. And you'll find out all the secrets. I've always said that one of the greatest indictments one of the greatest indictments against Freemasonry is the fact that Andrew Tate became so popular. Because what it tells me is there is a desire for support for men looking for support, community, family, mentorship, things that Freemasonry should provide in a positive way, but instead are being provided in a negative way through your friend and mine, Andrew Tate. Shabu, I think you're listening to different streams, but I believe your honest opinion. I mean, I've never smoked any marijuana, so what can I say? Nor have I ever had a drink of alcohol. I'm a boring guy. I have no issues with the Pope. Sorry, you're on your own, Locker. Ronald, I'm glad you love Freemasonry. I love Freemasonry as well. Are you a Freemason yourself? And if so, how long? Thank you, KDJ, DK. B5Z7T. And to you as well. How's it going for you? That's awesome. I mean, there's no rush. Take your time. Enjoy, just when you feel like you're ready, approach the lodge and express your interest in joining. In the meantime, though, please hit like and subscribe on this channel. I would really, really appreciate it. 37th. Normally people go to the 33rd. Again, don't get obsessed with the degrees. There's 3 degrees in Freemasonry. That's what matters. Entered apprentice, fellow craft, master mason. But yeah, I mean, there's no rush. It's better people take their time and join when they're ready rather than join because they feel like they've been rushed. And that's one of the mistakes I think we make in Freemasonry sometimes is we try to get people to rush to join, which I don't think is the healthiest approach. Unfortunately, I've met Masons who get dementia. And one thing I will say that's interesting is one of the Masons I met who had dementia, he forgot a lot of things. He would even forget his name, but yet he remembered all of the Masonic secrets. I don't know why that is or what that says about the secrets, but I thought that was kind of cool. The 57th locker, so you got to wait a long time to get them. Well, you don't need Freemasonry for that critter, but I mean, I have a pet companion. My cat's name is Bandit. Best cat ever. I mean, I'm speaking scientifically, right? I didn't make that up. It's true that my cat is the best cat ever. What can I say? We're just going to hang out and answer questions. I hope you guys enjoyed my discussion on Cornerstone. I will be back on, I'm doing a bit of a content marathon. So I'm eventually going to take a break, then come back on, then take another break, then come back on. And I'll be coming across multiple channels and streaming across my multiple channels, both this one and my personal one, etc., etc. So find me across these multiple streams. I'm a 3rd degree Master Mason. I became a Master Mason in 2008. I became the worshipful master of my lodge in my first lodge in 2015. I don't know enough about Skull and Bones to say Locker. Skull and Bones is obviously a fraternity out of, if I recall correctly, Yale University, but that's all I know about it. I don't know anything else. I mean, I guess in the sense that it's a fraternity, it has some similarities. There are secrets that the followers of Christ hold too. I mean, within Freemasonry, I've talked about this a lot. Um, right? Freemasonry, it's not about secrets, it's about private information. And it's no different than having a family recipe. The reason you maintain the privacy of the family recipe is to maintain the bonds between the family. The reason you maintain the private elements of Masonic ceremonies is to maintain the bonds of brotherhood between past, present, and future generations, which is absolutely the way it should be of Freemasons. Hollywood time? Are you saying I look like Jack Black? Because I'll take it. He's a handsome fella. I mean, I've always tried to distinguish the two because I think, unfortunately, for better or worse, in society nowadays, we have a tendency to view secrets negatively. I don't think it's fair. I think people have the right to privacy, and that also means they have the right to secrecy of certain things, right? Um, and I think they have the right to those things without having people cast dispersions on them. But I think many people have sometimes more like valuable or are willing to view private information or that framing more generously than secret information. Oh, the way it's experienced. I'm really sorry to hear that. Ants are very often wonderful people. I feel like ants become your first best friends when you're a kid going over to your aunt's house. So sorry to hear that. I got a bunch of great aunts and great uncles, so I'd be very sad to lose any of them. It is always hard losing a loved one, but the fact that it's hard in some ways is a good thing as well, in that it shows we cared about them. If it was easy to lose a loved one, I suppose what that would mean is, you didn't really care for them that much, so, or they weren't that important in your life. Yeah, no fighting in the chat. It gets annoying. Everybody just relax. We're just hanging out chatting about Freemasonry, and at this point, we're happy to chat about anything, really. I went through the Cornerstone program in Ontario, as well as the Cornerstone program or the Lodge of Excellence program in Chicago, and more generally, why we should support these things within Freemasonry. Well, that's the thing, Locker. I used multiple LLMs. That was the point, right? I used, I think, 5 or 6 different LLMs. I asked each one the same question to see what the answers would be. Because I also thought that the fact that different LLMs give different answers, I thought that could be really cool in terms of insights into Freemasonry. So, and I did the same thing actually. I did it twice. I did it first with LLMs and written prompts, but I did it also with image generating prompts. Like I prompted artificial intelligence to create images based on prompts related to Freemasonry. So I did both. So it was really fun. let's not try to establish a new Earth. Let's just focus on making this Earth the best it can possibly be. I mean, probably Gemini, because whenever I do a Google search, Gemini will sometimes pop up at the front with answers, right? So I would say Gemini by default. Every now and then I'll use Grok, but it's rare. Um, you just focus on getting your first 3 degrees. I mean, you couldn't become a 37th unless you actually moved to Europe and joined Memphis Mizram. Um, and even then, I don't know how high it goes, to be honest. I think we should all try to end suffering. Well, thank you, Locker. That was pretty funny, but I'll take it. Um, that was pretty cheesy, but pretty funny. New World Faith Critters 3. I mean, I don't know the different types of faith that would constitute New World Faith. Oops, I'm back. Sorry about that. Obviously, within Freemasonry, and within Freemasonry, welcome men and women, for that matter, but men of all different faiths and beliefs. New World, Old World, anything in between. Oh, Mab with the joke. I mean, I would hope not. I don't, that's not a skill I ever want to practice, put it that way. So, Mini Gwen, when it comes to women and Freemasonry, there are a few misconceptions. First, there are obviously, and the majority of lodges are male exclusive, mine as well. Windsor Lodge 403, Harmony 579, Border Cities 554. Those are male exclusive lodges. But there also exists within both Ontario and primarily England and around the world the Order of Women Freemasons, um, which has been around since 1908 and admits women into Freemasonry and women Masonic lodges. There's also Order of Eastern Star, which is for men and women. There's also International Order of Rainbow, which is for young girls and women. It's a Masonic youth group for young girls aged 11 to 21. So there are a variety of ways in which women can be active and involved in Freemasonry. Um, Please take a moment, Mini Gwen Moon, to hit like and subscribe if you're new to the stream. If you're not new to the stream, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Oops. All right, we're going to put some people in a little bit of a timeout. People need to relax. Don't know what's going on here, but we're putting some people in a timeout for a second. No worries, Mini Gwen Moon. So it sounds like your dad is and you need to come down a bit, Locker. All right. My dad was a Freemason as well. So is a Freemason, I should say, as were both of my grandfathers. So yeah, sometimes you get used to it on YouTube for better or worse. Sometimes people are going to be dumb or stupid. All you can do is just do your best to deal with it. But for the time being, I've done talking about Cornerstone. So now it's just hang out, chat, wait to see who wants to join, wait to see what you guys want to talk about. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral? We'll just hang out, give it a bit of time. I will be ending this stream soon. Then I'll start a new stream in maybe a couple hours while also producing content on a variety of other channels. So it's a bit of that 24-hour, not a 24-hour stream per se, but a bit of a content marathon. Arrow Crusher, please hit like and subscribe. I would truly, truly appreciate it. What is the WC? Unfortunately, St. Unito, it might be. Many Masonic buildings, due to lack of membership, financial issues, are reducing in membership, and in some cases, the buildings are sold or abandoned. I hope that's not the case. I mean, I also hope that even if it has been abandoned, there's somebody still taking care of it, so at least it looks presentable. The FIFA, oh, the World Cup. I don't really follow soccer, Locker, so that rhymed. So I don't know. I mean, I'm happy again from a not political, economic standpoint. I'm happy to see it coming to North America, coming to the United States and Canada. Hopefully, a lot of the communities where it's going will get a lot of support and economic benefits from it. I think that would be wonderful to see. But, and I mean, maybe some Masons should look at some things they can do to support that as well, like organize a Masonic Lodge trip to one of the games. I don't know how expensive or not expensive it would be, but it might be a fun way to, or if not that, just everybody get together in a brother's house or at a pub or at a public place, watch the game on TV, have a barbecue. I don't know how America's supposed to do, but certainly if your country is doing well, that might be a really good excuse to create a fun social event. And in doing so, maybe help you get another Cornerstone designation. So 000, I'm not sure about Eastern Star degrees and how it works. I don't know if they have all three. They have an initiation degree, obviously. I know that. I just actually learned that our Eastern Star here in Ontario is actually, in Essex, is actually doing really well, which is great to see. And I hope they keep up the good work. I do know that Eastern Star has now, to its credit, started to welcome people who are not directly related to Freemasons. Right, historically, to be Eastern Star, you had to be the wife, the mother, the sister, the child of a Freemason, the daughter of a Freemason, but now it's much more open, which I think is a good thing. I mean, I'm Canadian, Locker, so obviously Team Canada first and foremost. That's my team number one. Beyond that, I mean, if you're talking about my sports teams I watch, I'm so busy I don't really follow sports like I used to, but I do have a lot of respect. I do enjoy CFL, so Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Ottawa Red Blacks, Montreal Alouettes. Those are my three favorites. I like professional wrestling. So, John Cena is my favorite wrestler of all time. My favorite current wrestler is Roman Reigns. I always say that. I've always said I'm Canadian first, Mason second. My opinion, Canada is the greatest country in the world, and Harry Houdini was a Freemason. So, not my birthday, but please hit like and subscribe. I did not, Critter. You guys are on your own. Um, so, Heritage Village or Heritage Lodge, I think you're talking about the one in Essex. There are other lodges in other villages, by the way. Right now, to my knowledge, it's not. I don't know what's happening with it. I think there's some discussions around it, but I don't have any specific details. It is an absolutely beautiful building, though. So if you are at Pioneer Village at the Canadian Transportation and Heritage Museum just outside of Kingsville, if you get the chance, go check it out. Even just the facade, it's so beautiful. And it's such a cool spot. Go check it out. And if you are in a town or a community where you have some type of historical village, basically it's a kind of it's where they'll set aside a plot of land and they'll put on it a historical blacksmith shop and a historical um, post office and historical city hall and historical schoolroom and a jail. All these different buildings that are designed in a style that mimics what would have been there in the 18th, 19th, 20th centuries, whatever it might be. Take a few moments and take a bit of time to maybe request a Masonic Lodge be built there as well, or talk to local Masons about doing the same thing. There's been Freemasonry in these towns and villages since, 1720 something, 30 something. I forget when Freemasonry first arrived in London, first arrived in St. John's in Boston. By the way, I'm just checking the news regularly. Kuwait's airport attacked as fresh Iran-US strikes strain ceasefire. I was just in the Middle East. There's a Masonic Lodge on a military base in the Middle East, so in Kuwait, I believe, thinking about everybody's safety. And we're just going to give it a bit more time, wait to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you guys have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. I hope you guys are doing well. Keep checking out my other content. Keep subscribing, liking, etc., etc. And thank you for all the gifts and the jewels. Don't forget, you can find me on Instagram, social media, Patreon, whatever else it might be. So if you guys want to support that as well, it is beautiful. I'll say that. The weather today is absolutely beautiful. How are things going for you? I should do a live stream from my window, just so you guys can see how beautiful it is. Speaking of, I will be doing a live stream of the June 22nd fireworks, because we as Freemasons should support our communities. And that includes supporting events like the fireworks. I'll be doing it 9:30 p.m. Eastern, so you can find me then. All right. Pretty good. It's been hot over here. It's getting warm here as well, but not crazy warm. We're kind of I don't mind this weather. I prefer it a little bit cooler, to be honest, but I don't mind this weather. As I eat my delicious Cheerios. One second. I'm eating Cheerios. Dexo, are you someone who's hit the like and subscribe button? And if you're not, please hit like and please hit subscribe. Getting close to 4,100 subscribers, so let's see if we can get there. I am not a cousin of Mark Wahlberg, though. I am a Freemason, and I started this channel to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. So let's see what we can do. Oh, I love Washington State. I say that. I've never actually been to Washington State, but I know a lot of Masons in Washington State, and everything they tell me is it's absolutely beautiful and I should visit, which I would love to visit it. So believe me, it's on my list of places I'd love to check out. Um, Well, Hypno, I will take it. I will be hunk adjacent. There are worse things to be called than hunk adjacent. How's it going, Hypno Bike? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. I hope the weather's nice for you as it is for me. I'm kind of in the midst of a stream, not really a stream marathon per se, but a bit of a content, maybe a content blitz is the right way to do it. Throughout the next 24 hours, I'm going to be producing content on a variety of different platforms, including this, my main platform, but other ones as well. So nice. I don't remember where they meet, but I know a lot of Masons in Washington State, particularly in beautiful, not Seattle, but close to Seattle. So I have another channel here, Hypnobike, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. I hope that you will follow me there. I'm on Instagram, Square and Compass Promotions. I have a channel there. I have Facebook. I have Twitch, which I never use. Um, and so I even have X and Twitter where I will sometimes be live tweeting. So I need to, I want to try to grow across multiple channels. So I agree. It's funny, the 1 a.m. streams, even though my YouTube analytics tell me that less of my audience is on at 1 a.m. than 1 p.m., I usually get more views at 1 a.m. than 1 p.m. Not sure why that is, but they definitely get the most interesting. I suppose if you're an interesting person, you probably are the type of person who doesn't maybe doesn't sleep very much, and therefore maybe is willing to be interesting online at 1 a.m. But yeah, follow me on Instagram at square_and_compass_promotions, Twitch, Square Compass Promotions, YouTube, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson. Maurice, thank you for that. Please hit like and subscribe. I talk a lot, so I better have a soothing voice. I hope your day is going well. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. It's crazy. I'm at almost 4,100 subscribers. And we're just going to give it a bit of time. We're just going to wait to see who else joins. Said in the middle of a bit of a content marathon. I'll be going off and on these streams throughout the day and across a variety of channels. I may also do a lot of this stuff from the pool as well, just for something different. I just got to make sure though that there's nobody else around because I don't want to be catching anybody else while I be streaming. Just going to give it some time, wait to see who jumps in the chat to say hello. I'm also very close to 100 answers on my poll question, so let me know if your lodge has got any recognition. Obviously, we don't do these things just for recognition, but they can be really fun and really helpful and a really cool thing to try. And we are at 832 views, 41 watch time hours. Thank you guys so much. Fingers crossed. I definitely want to try to get well over 1,000, which I think we will today. So not necessarily on this stream exclusively, but on this stream plus others, 1,000 for the day. Especially when I start my 1 a.m. stream. We've made it 100 votes. 68-32. 32% recognized for achievements in Freemasonry. 68% no. Honestly, Skull Crusher, and welcome, Skull Crusher. Thank you for joining. I hope you're doing well. I mean, I have messed up dozens of times, hundreds of times. I don't even know how many times. I try to think about things in terms of regrets because what's the point, right? You just do the best you can and whatever happens, happens. I regret the fact that I've not been able to, for lack of a better term, see Freemasonry turned around in my area and see numbers of Freemasons going in the right direction, which is a goal I set for myself. But maybe I should also regret the fact that I put that on myself when it's not something I can do exclusively. I need to, I don't know. I regret the times I was mean to people, the times that I did not give people the benefit of the doubt, which has been plenty of times. Times I did not adequately prepare. I regret not doing some of my earlier streams, but not necessarily being as prepared for them as I should have been. But within that context, failing at those streams helped me get better at these streams. So, what can you say? Can Freemasons be gay and join a lodge? How is it for you joining? I feel like you're implying that I'm gay, which maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It doesn't matter. Freemasonry does not discriminate. I've sat in lodge with many gay Freemasons. It's fine. They're part of their, I mean, whether you're gay or straight, you can be a good brother and a good person, and that's what matters. So So there you go. But as a general rule, Skull Crusher, I think the most important thing is that we don't carry regrets with us. I don't think they're very helpful. I mean, I'd say the better way to view it is you take the lessons from those regrets and you carry those with you, but you leave the regrets behind. Because what good can they do you, you know? But as a lesson, hopefully, the reason you have those regrets is because you made a mistake. And in the process of that mistake, you've learned a lesson and now you carry that with you. Now we're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who joins. Any thoughts you guys have, anything you want to share? Let me know. It's been a great stream so far. I really enjoyed talking about Cornerstone. But now we're back to just hanging out. Sure. Your sexual orientation makes no difference, nor should it. And that's not just true for Freemasonry. It shouldn't make a difference in anything. Now, prejudices do exist, and that sucks. But I can tell you, I've been with many, like I said, I've sat in lodge with many gay Freemasons, straight Freemasons. It doesn't matter. What matters is, are you a good person, honorable, and true? What also matters, if you don't go, is did you hit the like button and the subscribe button? And do you follow me on any other platforms outside of this? Like, do you follow me on social media, Medium, whatever it might be? And if not, please do so. What's my battery at right now? 51%. Got a pretty decent little setup here for charging my phone while I'm streaming. It's not the easiest thing in the world. We're just going to give it a bit of time, wait to see who jumps on. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, let me know. Will be, like I said, this is a bit of a content marathon blitz. A content blitz is the best term to use. So I'll be doing content across multiple channels. I hope you guys will find me on those. Instagram, Twitter, X, Blue Sky even. It'll be fun. And thank you to everybody who's been part of this one so far. I really, really appreciate it. Lee Zio, you look like someone that should hit the like and subscribe button. Most people on this stream just say I look ugly. So honestly, if you're saying I look like Homer Simpson, I'm gonna take it. Because people have said way worse to me. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. What are your thoughts on Freemasonry, Lee Zio? And thank you for being here. Well, thank you. I'll take that as well. You're new to the stream, right? I don't think I recognize your name. And no one's ever told me I look like Lee Zio. I look like Homer Simpson before, so. $101 votes. Thank you. We're just hanging out, waiting to see who jumps on, who wants to say hello. Doing a bit of a content marathon, so a content blitz is the way someone described it. I'd say that's a good way to describe it. Hello, Sarcentia. Welcome. How's it going? Thank you for being here. Tyrone from Cape Town. As you know, I'm sure I was in Cape Town. I forget if you commented on my stream. Tyrone, Cape Town is, as I said before, an absolutely beautiful place. I loved it. I wish I could go back. I will say it's very expensive, and it's not even so much as expensive, it's just the amount of time you spend in the air. Um, it's pretty crazy how much airtime you spend in how much time you spend in the air in getting to and from Cape Town. It was like 13, it was like 48 hours altogether. So, but it was fun. It was worth it. I loved it. I want to get back. Really beautiful place. Very friendly people as well. I remember I stayed close to the Moho Market. I wrote about my trip, Tyrone, I wrote about my trip. I don't know if you saw it. I wrote about it in Medium, and I really loved it. So I hope you read that article. Oof, third day nicotine free. Well, first of all, good for you. That's awesome. You should be really proud of yourself. Keep up the good work. You should be really proud of that. I was at your lodge in Pinelands. It was a cool spot. Beautiful building. Um, I got to see there's just a lot of really cool stuff, and I really enjoyed it quite a bit. So I hope that you guys, I hope that you guys are doing well there. Maybe one day I'll make it back. If I ever get more money, maybe I can afford a direct flight, and it won't be, or not a direct flight. I don't think there are direct flights, but a more direct flights, and it won't be quite such a challenge. I say that I really shouldn't complain. Everybody on the flights was incredible. The people were incredible. They were very kind. I was very lucky that I got to visit. So, and honestly, I discovered the movie The Life of Chuck, which is an incredible movie, and I would recommend everybody, if you get the chance to watch it, please do, because it's really, really beautiful. A really beautiful movie with a really beautiful message. Maybe a little bit of a Masonic message in there, which we should celebrate. The idea of we contain multitudes. What does that mean? So maybe you guys check it out. Let me know what you think. Is there, like, what would you say is the best time to visit? Just out of curiosity. Like, if you had to pick one time that you would want to visit, um, one time that you would want to visit South Africa or Cape Town, what would it be? Or, and another question, where outside of Cape Town is it worth visiting? Like anywhere else in South Africa that you'd recommend? But Tyrone, did you read the story I wrote in Medium about my trip to South Africa? And let me, actually, here, let me get it for you. Oh, here it is. And maybe follow me on Medium. I'd really appreciate it. If I could find it now. All right, there we go. Medium.com/Adamson.camera, my trip to South Africa. I hope that you will check it out. I hope that you will follow me there, etc., etc. Part of this content blitz is to create content across multiple channels and get more followers, whether it be on written content or video content or both. And we're just going to keep hanging out, wait a little bit longer, see who else joins. Again, multiple streams today, so pay attention across my different platforms. Hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. And maybe on this stream, I'll get close to, I'm at 864. So I'm getting close to, I guess, my goal of over 1,000. I mean, I think I'll get over 1,000 without a doubt on multiple channels. So let's give it some more time and let's see who joins. Hope you guys enjoyed my discussion of Cornerstone, which is a very valuable tool that we have within Freemasonry, within Ontario Freemasonry specifically. And anything else? I will be restarting the stream again. I'll be going downstairs at some point. This is one of those things where, again, having multiple streams across multiple channels, what that means is you'll be following me on, hopefully you guys are subscribed across multiple channels. In the meantime, hit like, hit subscribe. Any thoughts you have on Freemasonry, let me know. And let's give it some more time. I'm just going to wait to see if anyone else jumps in the chat to say hello. I am on the 11th floor. But it's okay if there ever is an emergency. Like, heaven forbid, there's a fire department shows, there's a fire. The fire department knows where I am and knows I need assistance to evacuate, so I'll be okay. But that's good advice. If you are high up and you're in a wheelchair or disabled and you can't use elevators to evacuate, make sure your fire department knows where you are, or at least your property management knows where you are and where to find you. Yes, I got a head that looks like a cone head. SS Napa 9000. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Anything you want to talk about, please hit like, please hit subscribe, super chat, etc., etc. I mean, unfortunately, let me rephrase, fortunately, I've never had to test out what would happen in a fracas. That is why it's probably worth having a plan and practicing that plan before the fracas hits. Because, yeah, if you're not planning things out properly, one of the issues that arises is very quickly you start to panic. But that's the argument for planning ahead. That's the argument for being prepared. That's the argument for having a plan. That's true for Freemasonry as well. If there's a fire in your Masonic Lodge building during a meeting, are you guys going to panic? Or do you know what to do and do you have a plan? No, SS Napa, we are none of those things. We are not a cult. We are not white nationalists. Freemasonry welcomes men of all different religions, races, ethnicities, and backgrounds. That's truly one of its greatest strengths. In my opinion, that might be truly its greatest strength. So, I mean, honestly, yeah, if I had to, I can get off my chair and crawl down the stairs. Um, but even that, I mean, because I would be crawling down the stairs and lower to the ground in the midst of an emergency, people might be trying to rush, go quickly, not looking where they're stepping, and end up stepping on me or over me or tripping on me. I might be slowing people down because I won't go as fast as someone with legs. So, for all of the above, it is still important that as much as possible, I let people know about me and what's going on. I've talked about this a bunch on this channel, like in a Masonic context. I'll give you one example. If your Masonic Lodge has a member who is blind, maybe before one meeting, take that brother aside and actually walk him with his guide animal, if he has one, or whatever it is, with his assistive device, to the actual emergency exit. Because he can't just, in the middle of the emergency, look and find it um, and see what's in the way. So actually walk him to the emergency exit. Have him count the number of steps to the exit. Have him count the number of steps. Like if there are stairs, if there are tripping hazards, how far it is. That way, he's not running around trying to find an emergency exit he can't see in an emergency. You know, it's little things like that that make a big difference and matters a lot. Does your Masonic building have a first aid kit? Is it well stocked? Do you have AEDs? Do you have, well lit entrances and well lit exits? Or well lit emergency exits, I should say. Are there tripping hazards blocking doors? Things of that nature. All of that stuff matters a lot, and all that stuff is really important. So it's little things, but sometimes Freemasonry really does evolve on the little things. We're just going to keep hanging out, wait to see who jumps on to say hello. I'm at that part of the stream where we're just hanging out, chatting about whatever. So anything you guys want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry or anything else, to be honest, just let me know. And that's a good place for it, actually, Sarcentia. We have when you say defib, I assume you're referring to, like, we call them AEDs very often. Ours is next to the elevator, which is not a bad spot for it because it is kind of a high traffic area. But Tyler's desk is a good spot, or Tyler's post is a good spot for it as well. And it's good to have those things covered. But in my experience, one danger when you say that, and this is something I've talked about before, right? Is very often when there's a lot of regulation or a lot of written standards set out, it becomes a matter of you focus on reaching the standards and you forget about anything outside of those standards. And on the one hand, it's a good thing because if you reach the standards, it means you're safe. And at least you know you've met whatever legal requirements you have. But it's dangerous at the same time because by doing so, you sometimes forget about other things you can do. So, for example, let's take accessibility standards, which I'm sure you have in the United Kingdom, right? Um, the accessibility standards as it relates to you may have accessible doors and you may have an elevator and you may have accessible signage and you may have a ramp and the ramp may be up to code. But do you, for example, give out when you have a new member join with his ritual book a magnifying card, one of those cards that has a magnifying strip on it that allows you to see smaller print? Again, that's not anything that you're going to find in any written standards or any written rules, but it's a little thing you can do above and beyond that helps make your building and makes the Masonic experience even more accessible. So just keep in mind, Don't allow the written rules to limit your view or limit what you think you can do. Work above and beyond. That's the example I also gave for the Cornerstone ceremony, right? Or Cornerstone designation. Yes, Grand Lodge has written out a series of standards that they expect lodges to follow. Those are awesome. Um, but very often, what you see is lodges will see these standards written out, and then immediately their mind will kind of close to any ideas, any options outside of what are those standards. And I always say, be creative, think for yourself. Yes, meet the standards, but then do things beyond the standards. Those are good ideas. Um, yeah, no, I got one of those here. Sarcentia, if I could find it now. So this is one I was given. I was at a special event. There's the magnifying section there. You could create a whole bunch of these, put your lodge information on here, your lodge name, contact info. You have the magnifying, and you give one of these to every single Mason when they get their ritual book, or when they get their bylaws, or when they get whatever it is. Because even if at that time they're still young and their sight is fine, they may get to a point where their sight starts to go. Maybe they don't want to get glasses or don't have glasses all the time. They have that magnifying glass. And for those brethren who are joining, who are already hard of seeing, it's just another sign that you're thinking of them and that you want them to have a good experience. It's why you should always, I think, try to have a couple of Masonic books that have Braille embossing, so people who are blind can, read the ritual. At a public event, have a interpreter, ASL, for anybody who's hard of hearing. Little things, but they make a big difference. And having said that, Sarcentia, I'm glad that everything is covered for you. I'm glad that you're following all the rules in the UK. Keep up the good work, as I'm sure you will, and I'm sure your lodges will. Exactly, Rondo, like a third degree monocle. How's it going, Rondo? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Take a moment, hit that like, hit that subscribe if you're new to the stream. Rondo, I know you've already hit like and subscribe, so thank you for being here. How is your day treating you? How's the weather in your neck of the woods? Beautiful day here, not too hot. It's really nice. Honestly, I bet you some Masons would like a third degree monocle. I mean, I agree with that. I don't think we should be excluding service animals. I've done interviews with Masons who have service animals. And one of the really cool things that they do, not every lodge, I don't think, but many lodges I've seen, is when the member is going through the degrees and getting, a new office with a new collar, with a new whatever it is, they'll create a second set of collars and aprons and give them to the dog, give them to the service animal. So the member becomes the worshipful master and is invested with his collar and apron. The dog gets invested with his collar and apron as well. So I think that's kind of cool. But yes, we should not be excluding service animals. Aside from the fact that it's, I think, illegal at this point, I'm pretty sure it's also just wrong. I'm assuming that's a fire code thing, and so yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'm guessing there's probably a reason for it. But again, maybe there are ways. Maybe talk to the fire department or whatever your version of it is, and just ask, can we get a special type of dispensation to hold, a candlelight degree or something. Because I've been to lodges where they have candlelight degrees. Then the dog gets away with something. Um, the male exclusive thing applies just to humans, not to dogs. Because there you go. She's doing a good service for the Masons, so we'll make an exception. I like dogs more than like most people, so I say let all the dogs in. They'll create better lodges than the humans. But I always say you never know, and there's usually ways to get around things. If you're willing to just ask and work within a system, you can usually find ways to work within whatever it is. I mean, I don't even know if it's because it's fully lit, if that automatically means you're not allowed to have candles, period, or if people just don't do it because it's fully lit. Talk to the master, see what the master says. I mean, you must be able to light candles in the building, because what if you have some type of special event that involves like a candlelight dinner, right? Or I don't know, like formal dinner nights. Or what if you got those electric candles that they look like candles, they flicker, but they're electric? There's almost, at least in my experience, there's almost always ways around these things if you're willing to just put a little bit of time in. And it makes you better finding these workarounds, right? Because it makes you more creative and it makes you more dedicated. So I would consider all of those things when moving forward. You know, I think sometimes we view limitations in a negative sense. And I think we do that for obvious reasons. No one likes to feel limited. But I think limitations can force us to look at problems from different angles and find unique solutions, which does make sense. But maybe electric candles, I mean, who knows? Just a couple different options. And thank you, everybody, once again for joining this stream, this content blitz. I think as Rondo called it, which is a good name for it. It's going really well. I appreciate everybody joining. I definitely will be doing a lot more content on this channel and on other channels very soon. I'll be taking a break soon, but then I'll be back on. May even come at you from the pool. Who knows? But yeah, a smaller lodge, I mean, that increases the risk of tripping, you know, knock over a candle. Who knows what happens? I will say, though, in Colombia, where I was not that long ago, I went to a lodge meeting and they had obviously electrical lights, but they did a lot of their meeting through candlelight exclusively, which was really nice to see. It was beautiful. Well, the focal point of the lodge, like the center point of the lodge is the, the central point of the lodge would be the altar. Now, a lot of people think because there's an altar that makes Freemasonry a religion. It doesn't. On the altar, you will find a volume of the sacred law. It depends on what jurisdiction you are and the faith of the brethren, what it might be, and where you're located. But it's where a brother will very often take his obligation. Now, the really cool thing about that focal point, consider yourself, is most, like if you look at a church or a religious anything, a mosque, a synagogue, whatever it might be, the focal point is always the thing that everybody looks towards in the same direction. So you have everybody sitting in one spot. They're all sitting in this shape here, and they're all looking up at this one location. And there may be a cross there may be whatever, and you have a priest or a rabbi or a imam, whatever it is, talking to you about your faith and about the faith, about the religion. The cool thing about Freemasonry, the beautiful thing about Freemasonry is it's not that everybody faces in one direction towards the focal point. Rather, everybody faces towards the focal point, but from different sides and different angles and different directions. You have people sitting on the north, east, south, and west, all of them are all facing inward towards the center, not in one singular direction. And that is one of the reasons why Freemasonry is not a religion. Because the idea that Freemasonry is a religion, if that were the case, then every Mason would all be looking in one direction towards a single, towards a single person or entity, as opposed to every single Mason looks instead towards the center, which means they're centering themselves with their own personal faith, if that makes any sense. Sarsentia, I hope that made sense. So that was a really cool little piece of Masonic, not even know if Masonic trivia is the word, Masonic, the idea of Freemasonry, right? Which is there, we do not venerate any individual or any idea beyond or above anything else. Rather, every Mason is free to look at the volume of the sacred law or the altar with his own understanding of his own faith. Probably even seen from the picture our north and south seats. Oh, that's right. Okay, so your lodge is very small. So yeah, that does make sense that it's going to, there's going to be that tripping hazard. But that's okay as well. I mean, just be safe, be smart. It sounds like you're following it does sound like you're following all of the UK's requirements, which is a good thing. So keep up the good work. Because it's really hard. People who think Freemasonry is easy, there's so many things you have to think about, and this is one of them. How do we make sure our buildings are as safe as possible? We're going to give it a bit more time, wait to see who joins. I'm doing a bit of a content marathon, so I'll be back on with more streams and more content across a variety of platforms, I promise. But for now, I'm just doing this one and hanging out. And thank you for helping me get more subscribers. I truly appreciate it. 4,074, getting close to 4,100, getting close to 5,000. Yes, get yourself to sleep, Sarsentia, but thank you for being here as always. I appreciate the support. Oh, I'm 3 views away from 900 views on this stream. So let's help a brother out. Let's see if we can get there. I always sleep well. At least I try to sleep well. I suppose one of my issues is I actually don't sleep as well as I could. So I do got to work on that. We're just going to hang out, wait to see who jumps on to say hello. By the way, congratulations, Backrooms. Needed just 5 days to become A24's biggest domestic box office hit. Seeing the success of YouTube, seeing the success of YouTubers at the movie theater gives me hope for content creators in general. So I think it's awesome to see. Have I seen any Broadway shows? Never in Broadway. We're never on Broadway. I've obviously seen plays and theater productions of shows that were in Broadway or started off in Broadway. One of my favorite of all time is Bug by Tracy Letts, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. I think everybody needs to watch it. It's really important. I think it taught us a lot about kind of what we're seeing in 2026 and the challenges people are going through and their mental health issues and why they're going through those things. So I think Bug is a really worthwhile movie to watch. Um, so Tracy, that's Bug. I mean, I've seen a lot of theater productions, never on Broadway. I think it'd be really fun to see some Broadway shows. I think that'd be really, really cool. But what about you consider yourself? Have you seen any Broadway shows? And if so, which one was it? Well, we made it to 900 views on this stream. Thank you so much. I'll be back on, as you know, soon enough. Once I end this stream, we're not going too far. We'll be back on with some others, other streams, other content. So pay attention for all of that. Daniel, it's going well. How's it going with you? I'm just hanging out, doing a bit of a content blitz. I've been on for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Once I'm done this stream, I'm going to be doing some other streams across my other platforms, Instagram, my other YouTube channels, maybe even Twitch. Who knows? It could be fun to try some different things. Also, don't forget, June 22nd, I'll be doing a fireworks live stream starting 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, Epicsburg, sounds like you don't like Freemasons. Let me know why. I'm a Freemason. I've been one for 20 years, and I'm grateful for that. Nice. What is your go-to pizza topping if you had to pick one? Light free, I'll take it. I mean, I'd happy to be anybody's favorite anything, so I won't complain about that. Ground beef, hot peppers at Pizza Nova. All right, I will say this. I usually don't have ground beef on pizza, but I don't know why, because honestly, it sounds delicious. Um, and I do like ground beef. I like beef more than pork. So I would make sense that it makes way more sense to me that I would try ground beef or even beef sausage instead of pepperoni, which is basically just pork sausage. Maybe I will at some point give that a shot. Lionel Richie is your second favorite, but Lionel Richie is a Freemason. That's true. Honestly, you should be a bigger fan of Lionel Richie than me. He's way more talented. Brad Paisley is another musician who's a Freemason as well. Yeah, I think beef is a better meat than pork as a general rule. So I much prefer it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind by any means. I don't mind bacon. That's a good type of pork. But as a general rule, if the choice is pork or bacon, or sorry, pork or beef, I'm going beef. Well, I maybe as a Freemason, that's the key because I'm famous for being a Freemason. Lionel Richie is famous for being talented in everything else. So, yeah, be careful. High blood pressure. Exercise regularly. Get that blood pressure down. We want you here in this world for a long time. So listen to your doctor. Do what your doctor says. Um, Welcome. If you're just joining us, jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. I hope that you guys are doing well also. Here, doing a bit of a content blitz, talking about Freemasonry and just hanging out, chatting about whatever. So, well, I mean, Dr. Dre is not a real doctor. Keep that in mind. Not saying he's not a very big, talented rapper. He's one of the greatest musicians of all time. Not a real doctor. Maybe a doctor of music. I think he might have a doctorate, actually, in fairness, but not of medical, not of medicine. We're going to keep hanging out, wait to see who jumps on to say hello. Thank you for helping me get over 900 views on this stream. I will be back on, like I said, I'm going to be streaming throughout the day, so keep finding me as I go. You're not wrong, Daniel. There can be insufferable people everywhere, but that's okay. You just have to kind of deal with them however it is you can, as best as you can. It's not easy all the time, but believe me, as someone on YouTube, I'm used to dealing with insufferable people at this point, I think. Great. I look forward to seeing you tonight. Thank you again so much for being here as well. 106 votes. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Most are saying no, but 33%, which is a pretty decent number, is saying yes. I'm not going to complain much about that. What are you talking about? Daniel's great, and I much appreciate him being here, as always. We are at, we're almost at 50 watch time hours, too. When I take my break, I'm definitely going to need to nothing's wrong with jesting, but don't forget also, follow me on social media. That's something else you should like to do. Tomorrow, I'm going to be getting ready to travel. I got to clean my place up, do all that jazz, because I got to get ready tomorrow to go back home to Winnipeg. We're just going to keep waiting to see if House jumps on to say hello. I'm home. I mean, when I say home, I mean back to my original home. I am home right now, but I grew up in Winnipeg. I've always said, and I still think this to be the case, I have kind of four places that kind of made me who I am, and four kind of homes, all of which for different reasons. I grew up in Winnipeg, Manitoba, particularly in Transcona, a suburb of Winnipeg. I love it. It is where I grew up, and now whenever I go back to visit it, I really love it. I have a much fonder view of it than I have had in the past. I think it's incredible. I mean, it's where I grew up. It's where I spent the first 20 years of my life. So it's part of me. I can't really get rid of it, right? Um, Nor would I want to. Then there is Ottawa. Ottawa is the place where I moved first after I left Winnipeg. I went to school there. I lived there for 1 year. It was the first place I kind of lived on my own, lived away from my family. I got a job at Home Hardware and then the Active Living Alliance. I remember it was just that sense of freedom, that sense of being on my own for the first time that I really truly loved. And Ottawa is such a beautiful city. You cannot absolutely stop or help but falling in love with it. The incredible parks and the weather, and even in winter, it's so gorgeous. So I remember just falling in love with Ottawa. It was a place of freedom for me, the place where I went out on my own, a place that I visited so many times and always loved it. And I'm always grateful when I get to go back. Then Windsor is the third place. I moved to Windsor after Ottawa for school, stuck around, lived here 20 years. Great city, truly underappreciated, truly underrated. It has a real heart to it, a real beauty to it. It's got the river right there. It's got an incredible history. It's where my Masonic journey truly began, and for that I'm grateful. And then, of course, I always mention it, Glenview, Illinois / Chicago, Illinois. It's a place I discovered by accident, but I fell in love with it. I've never lived there officially, but I've spent so much time there over the years because it's relatively easy to get to, relatively inexpensive to get to, and yet absolutely beautiful and unbelievable. The city itself, Chicago, greatest city in the world, and Glenview, a beautiful suburb and a place where I've got so many friends. So those are my four places. Transcona / Winnipeg, Ottawa, Windsor, and you could say / Detroit, because Detroit's a big part of my love of Windsor, and then Glenview / Chicago. I was in Detroit last time I was on here. They had a special event happening called the Rusty Nail Degree, and I loved it. It was a blast. So name the best movie ever about Freemasons. This is a hot take because it portrays Freemasons in a somewhat negative light, but I just love the movie so much. I have to pick it. From Hell, starring Johnny Depp, because I love the atmosphere. I love the way it looks. I love the historical kind of point of it. I just think it's such a beautiful shot movie. I love the acting in it. Heather Graham's pretty awesome. So, yeah, From Hell, starring Johnny Depp. It's the best. Beyond that, I really like the movie League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and famously, the villain in that movie wears a square and compass. So I'm picking, I'm picking, movies in which we're the villains, but that's okay. All right, I think we're going to be ending this stream, but I will be back on. I'm doing this content blitz. There's a couple things I want to talk about when I come back on this main channel. Part of it is this washcloth I got. It says fentanyl free America, DEA.gov, GOVI fentanyl free. I think that unfortunately, these deaths of despair we are seeing due to drug overdoses as well as self harm, part of that is because we are seeing a lack of civic engagement in our communities, and that includes a lack of Freemasonry. And I think as Freemasonry grows, we can combat some of these deaths of despair or even acts of despair. So I really want to talk about that. I want to talk about some interesting insights I had onto content creation and Freemasonry, particularly Canadian content creation and Freemasonry. I want to talk about being healthy. I want to talk about my journey still with being a living organ donor, where we're at with that. But also, you can expect to find me on some other channels, youtube.com/Cameron Adamson, Twitch. I may stream at Twitch from the casino just for something different and fun, and a few other spots. So pay attention for that. And I will talk to you guys all very soon. Light Free, thank you for being here. Made it to well over 900 views on this first stream. For that, I'm grateful. Should help me. We're going to get well over 1,000 for the day, which I'm grateful for. It helps push me in a very good direction. Follow me on social media, Medium, X, Twitter, etc., etc. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thank you all for being here. And Light Free, perhaps I will see you soon.